Let's see, there we go. That should be working just fine. And then swap to that one. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, rumor, but you get your sleep. The VOD will be there. Sleep is more important. You need your sleep. But yeah. We are returning to Agatha Christie and Hercule Poirot, the first cases, to complete it, since I was unable to complete it yesterday. We have a murder to solve, and we also have a blackmail case to solve. Let's see. Come on. Where even are you currently? Don't wanna? Okay, fine. I'll use the mouse. Oh, I hope I don't lose too much of the progress. Thank you, Rumor. Thank you for your good luck wishes. Hopefully I'll be able to solve this thing. Okay, so we start just where we left off. That's great. I don't have to do the whole thing by trying to trick them. I'd like to search the guest's bedroom. When you returned to the study last night, did you notice anything different from your previous visits? Let's do that first, before we start searching the guest's bedroom.
Nothing. But I was so preoccupied with the major. Sorry, Detective. Should I have?
Not necessarily, just wanted to know.
Perhaps it was just my mind playing games again.
Maybe one of the guests got lost and wandered in.
If a guest had taken a wrong turn, finding themselves in the major's bedroom first, I'm sure they would not have proceeded through the next door, unless they were not lost at all. Who has access to the safe in the major's study?
Master Hagen had a key, obviously, and Lady Vandenbosch.
Monsieur de Mere was quite sure Archibald also had a copy of the key. It is not something one would easily forget. But he doesn't mention it. You keep being suspicious, Archibald. Regarding access to the safe, you have seen its contents before.
When requested, aye. If something is required from there when Master Hagen is not around.
Forgive me. If he is not around, how is it you access this safe?
It's not what you think, Detective.
What I think is that you have been trusted with a copy of the key, and you have lied to me about it.
Hello there, Pizza Nut, and thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a good Monday at the end of Easter vacation.
I can get into with Lady Vandenbosch.
Oh, you could get in trouble for having a copy with the key, huh? Ah, you're still on your Sunday. Oh, it's definitely Monday here, and I'm feeling the regret that it's the last holiday day before back to work.
At this moment, monsieur, you should be more worried about the trouble you shall find yourself in with the law.
I hope the dinos are all okay.
I know how it will sound, but I lost my key. I must have set it down somewhere, and it has been tidied away. Master Hagen asked so rarely for me to go in the safe, I didn't think it would be missed.
So you lost your key, huh? Well, that's a serious thing. You should definitely have told me about that before. Oh, work is the reason you ended. Poirot is about to be searching all the guests' bedroom, so we'll see if we can find anything he missed then, once we're done questioning Archibald about why he didn't tell us about that key. Mr. Sterling's story of his lost key strikes me as rather coincidental. The major's safe is broken into with documents ransacked and letters involving Madame Vandenbosch's secrets left out. It is a crime with no apparent purpose. There is a matter regarding the contest that we must discuss.
should have said this morning. I'm sorry.
Monsieur, I am not quite sure you understand the severity of what has happened.
I am well aware, Detective. I just thought she would be able to help.
Would you allow a man with a smoking gun to remove his bullet from a victim's chest?
I suppose not.
I understand that Mr. Sterling was only trying to help, but surely he must have seen what it could do for the integrity of my investigation. I mean, letting one of the suspects have access to the body, never a good idea. Never a good idea. You're making a lot of mistakes, Archibald. But yeah, let's go on to search the guest's bedroom.
Is that really necessary?
It is.
The murderer remains at large, and there is still no sign of the weapon. I would say that makes them essential.
Of course. I still just cannot imagine any of them being guilty of his murder.
It may be hard to imagine, but it is the truth. I would like to begin my searches now. Since it is closest, I will start with the west wing.
I may not be back when you return. Here is the key to the other rooms. Please return it when you're done.
Merci. I shall guard it with my life.
First, let us pay the Comtesse a visit. Oh, we have a key. Do we have a master key? Can we go wherever we want? Not just the bedrooms. Before I can accuse anyone of any crime, I must be sure if they're working alone or with another. This is a perfect opportunity to find evidence of any collusion and look for the murder weapon. Okay. No, just the key to the East Wing room. Darn it, I was hoping for a skeleton key. There's still some rooms downstairs on the first floor that we haven't been given access to. Oh well, let's begin our search. Should make myself known before entering.
Entrez.
The Comtesse room. It would be rude to not address her before searching her room. Very well. We'll talk to her first.
Detective, what a pleasure. I did not expect to see you in my chambers.
In a purely professional capacity, I can assure you.
There is no need to act so stiff, Detective.
Madame, after the revelation of your actions last night, I'm afraid my sense of humor is all but gone.
I will not apologize again for merely trying to help. Shall we get straight to it then? Let us not waste your time any further, Detective.
Okay, I saw you conversing with one of the young servants yesterday.
That would be Inga. She has been one of the most promising young women that has come from the shelter.
Madame Bosch took in a young lady from your shelter.
There is no need to sound so surprised, Detective. She does have a heart.
I did not mean to sound so cruel. I just did not expect Madame to hire someone of that background after the incident with her previous maid, Florette.
People change, Detective. You should not judge someone on their past actions.
Believe me, Comtesse, I know that only too well.
Partially judge, surely. At least keep it in mind. I commend you on your dedication with the woman you help. It is most honorable.
Be careful, Detective. That almost sounded like a compliment.
Let's see.
It is your actions in this house that have been questionable, Madame. Your work outside is something that many more could take note of.
We do what we can.
Have you been able to find many of the girls from the shelter work?
We wouldn't be doing a very good job if I could only help one girl. I in fact found work for one of them as a maid in Monsieur da Silva's house recently.
She has fitted into Monsieur's home well.
What is better, Detective? That she remained in an abusive house, or she is able to rebuild her life with an honest wage in a prosperous house?
When put like that, is she happy in her position?
The happiest she has been in years. I check in with them all as often as possible. And if there was a problem, I would know.
I'm glad to hear that more girls are building a better future for themselves, and it is with help from the contest that has been able to happen.
Merci, madame.
Well, that is all nice and well, but we are here looking for clues. Gramophone player. The wonders of modern technology. What a joy it must be to have music in one's home. Okay, so the gramophone has just come out, apparently. Still very new.
Huh.
Perhaps the happy couple's engagement has someone in a particularly romantic mood. It's a romance novel on the bed. Let's see, a package. Perhaps a present from the family as a thank you for their hospitality. And let's see, over here we have a first aid kit. Full of medical equipment, bandages, plasters, antiseptics, and a pair of scissors. Very well. I guess I should check the window and the plants just to have done it all. The fallen snow still lays as a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surround the house. And the plant is probably still very pretty, I assume? Plants lean and rely on each other to survive, something we as a species should take a lesson from. Yeah, no. And let's see, the grandfather clock is gonna be the same, fireplace is gonna be the same, piano probably the same, but let's check. Chance to play is very tempting, but I shall save myself the embarrassment. Okay, so piano is also the same. And nothing else seems to be amiss. However, there's more dialogue with you now.
Go ahead, detective.
Maybe I can ask you about the package? Oh, perhaps I was a little rash with my response to you examining the Major's body.
A compliment and now an apology. Well, detective, you certainly have changed your tune.
There was something I was still unsure of. You mentioned that your training was some years ago.
From my days as a nurse, oui.
If that is so, why would you have brought several pieces of equipment usually found in a physician's bag?
One must always be prepared, detective.
Prepared? At an engagement celebration?
If I had not brought them, I would not have been able to assist you last night. Perhaps you should be thankful for my precaution and not so suspicious.
It's my job to be suspicious. Had she not brought them all, I would not have to ask such a question.
Merci, madame.
Okay, so let's see, what did that give us? Nothing here. Just talk to ghosts, just one of them, but there's nothing that needs to be connected yet. So, on to the next room. Let's see. Let's see here. The ever-guarded Jacqueline Conrad. It's time I should question her on her conversation with the Major before searching her room.
Detective, what can I do for you?
Mademoiselle, I am sure you understand my reasoning for such intrusion.
If it's going to clear my name, be my guest.
If you wouldn't mind answering some questions, it can hopefully be cleared faster.
I'd like to start with your relationship with the Major.
Like I said, he's not the man he wants everyone to think he is.
Oui, but how is it you came to that conclusion?
You don't really want me to recount every conversation I've had with him, do you?
There is one particular I had in mind.
Tell me about your argument.
An argument would imply it was a two-way conversation.
And that is not how it was?
Here it is. I've been helping Angeline get exposure, her marriage to Gideon is big news, and his work is really paving the way for others. I saw the chance to get their names out there, and he didn't like it.
What was there not to like?
Your guess is as good as mine, detective. But if I had to, I'd say he was jealous it wasn't his name at the top of the article.
And his reason to storm off?
Oh, you know about that. Let's just say I didn't accept his pathetic attempt to get me to stop the story. If you're gonna try and pay someone off, at least make it worth your while.
I thought the Major would only be supportive of Mademoiselle Angeline. There must be more to why he would not want her success to be known. I'm sure you have gone weary of this subject, but, Monsieur Beckers...
You've really got a fascination with that guy, huh?
I would not say fascination. An interest, perhaps.
Well, I'll save you the bother of trying to find out more about him. He's not that interesting. In fact, he's a bit of a wimp if you ask me.
That is not the impression I got of him.
That's because you've only seen the side of him he wants you to. He knows what to say in front of the right people. But behind closed doors, he's clueless.
Clueless in what way?
Let me guess. The first thing he told you was that he was a union leader. No, the voice of the people.
A man that is proud of his work is not something to be sneered at.
Don't get me wrong, he has a way with words, and he can certainly rally a crowd. But that's about it. At the end of the day, he's a representative and nothing more. He's got to play the part, not just learn the lines.
Mademoiselle do not think particularly high of Monsieur Beckers. She is a strong, independent woman, but to use the term wimp is an unnecessary attack on his character.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Sure thing, detective. And if you change your mind on that exclusive about that shooting...
If I do change it, you shall be the first to know.
Now, excuse me while I search through your room and belongings. Gramophone player, probably the same thing. There's some newspapers. Among them a recent article by Jackie Conrad about the riots linked to Ernesto's factory. Peaceful strikes turn to loss of lives as violence break out on the front line. Following the tragic event in the city that has darkened the spirits of the people and brought to a screeching halt the rising defiance of the working class, the area has been cornered off and police presence at the scene has increased. Factory security forces have been asked to step down and the powers handed over to law enforcement service. Workers laid down their tools, switched off all machinery and stood together shoulder to shoulder as the fight for fair pay and conditions raged on. What started as a peaceful protest by those employed at the factories has turned into a battle of class, with support for the workers coming in from all over the city. Although reports have not been confirmed, sources state that violence broke out following a second wave surge of supporters. Official numbers have not been published, but it is believed that as many as 8 workers have lost their lives in the fighting. The workers' front line has been considered as a representation of the people and working class of Belgium that now refuse to work in such demanding conditions for such a demeaning and insufficient wage. Chief Commissioner LaRue has confirmed that the outbreak of violence and resulted civilian deaths have been investigated and an official statement is to be made in the coming days. Jacqueline Conrad. Indeed, it's clearly time to riot. And the headline has 5 dead, but she says in the article that as many as 8. So it's clearly time to riot. Anything in the cupboard? Does not seem to be anything of interest in here. How about this medication? Oh, it's a pocket knife. I presume this belongs to Jackie. Chasing a good story may lead her into some precarious situations. Look like more of a medicine bottle on top of a letter to me, but oh well. If I zoom in, yeah, now it looks like a knife. Let's see. Cluttered workstation. Jackie has set up a makeshift office in her room. She must bring her work with her everywhere. Mr. Artigue spotted leaving the Velvet Tickle Friday at 23:15. The Velvet Tickle, huh? Job House has been poaching off neighboring land. Boar, deer, and duck. Maggie to follow up. Mrs. Bonte found her husband in their marital bed with a young maidservant. Testament from maid needed. Mr. Denault overheard in the cackling crow speaking poorly of King Leopold. He said questionable ideas, we say doubtful, skeptical, shady. Notes from Francis by Monday. That's just a window. I was hoping it would be to her bag. Well, in that case, there's nothing more here. Time to just ask you a few follow-up questions and we can move on.
Go right ahead, Detective.
I was surprised to learn Monsieur de Silva and the Major work together.
All Felix cared about was money and filling his pockets with it. That's why he got into bed with de Silva.
The Major was not in need of money, though.
Need and want are two very different things. Did he need to move here and leech off the Madame? No, but he wanted to.
I mean, he kinda needed. The high-interest letter that we found says that he needed. Tell me your opinion of their work together.
As far as I know, de Silva hired him to work security. He was worried what could happen to his precious factories if things got ugly.
And your reporters were there to cover the story when it did turn that way.
My reporters go where there is news to be told.
And you predicted the violence that occurred?
Anyone could see that was gonna happen. If you ask me, Hugo should have acted sooner.
Very
Merci,
well.
Mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Let's see. Let's move to the next guest room then. Here we are in Mademoiselle Angeline and Gideon's room. I wonder what we shall find. Oh, well, this is the first time we've been in this room. Gideon's room is pristine. Could have mistaken it for my own. Okay, so that's at least the first time we hear even a hint of Poirot's pristine fashion. Let's see, the drawers? Doesn't seem to be anything of interest in here. Something up here of a photo. Seems they used to be closer. Perhaps their recent behavior was merely a facade. Could it be possible that Gideon collaborated with Zachariah? Let's see. What book is he currently reading? Can I see that? No. The globe, the window, that's all the same. Grandfather clock. Nothing really interesting in here. Oh dear. Only really relevant one thing to the case is the photo. Well, onward to the next one, I guess. That was really disappointing. I was hoping to find more in there. With all of the west guest rooms searched, I should make my way to the guest rooms on the east of the first floor. There must be evidence of collusion somewhere. Very well. Through the east wing we go. Oh wait, we're down on... up on... How did we end up upstairs? Huh. You'd think you would search the entire first floor first, but... oh well. Oh, hello there, Inge.
Mademoiselle, we meet again.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poirot. Pardon, Détective Poirot.
Just a detective is quite all right.
Bon, can I help you with something?
It was you that alerted the house to the Major's body, was not?
I was taking him a plate of food, but he didn't answer to my knocking.
You then entered the study.
I did. He wasn't moving. He just lay there.
I did not mean to upset you again. Seeing him there would be troubling for anyone, and I'm sure it is not a memory you wish to relive.
Tell me about your relationship with the other staff.
I suppose we're like a family. We argue, but most of the time we get along.
You must all be quite close, then.
Some more than others.
Oh, really?
You refer to whom, mademoiselle?
Well, Maman Hay, sorry, Rihanna. She's been here the longest, and she's very close with Lizzie on account of Luke.
How is it Mademoiselle Elizabeth's late fiancé connects them?
Maman Ray is Luke's sister. You didn't know that?
I did not.
I thought she would have said. She talks about him all the time. It must have been awful, losing him in those riots.
Excuse me? He died in the riots? Well, this is getting more intriguing, isn't it?
Apparently, he was right at the front when they were charged. They didn't stand a chance. If I had been the one responsible for his death, I wouldn't want Maman Ray looking for me.
Well, that's news. So, she lost her son. No, not son, but brother. And Elizabeth lost her fiancé to the forces that the Major was in charge of? That sounds definitely like it would be interesting to investigate.
Mademoiselle Rihanna, Maman Ray, she has expressed her desire for revenge.
Every time she talks about what happened.
How is it that the knowledge of Luke's death has eluded me for so long? The death of her brother is certainly motive enough. I did not see an aggressive side to Mademoiselle Rihanna when we spoke, but I wonder if she would act on such impulse for revenge if the opportunity arose. If you do not mind me inquiring, what brought you to the women's shelter?
I guess you wouldn't know anything about life on the streets.
It is not an experience I have had to face personally, but I understand that many are forced into it, and the lifestyle that comes with it.
The lifestyle of a thief, you mean?
Put rather bluntly, oui.
You are the first officer that has not taken one look at me and pulled out their handcuffs.
Mademoiselle, I can see you have turned your life around, and I commend you on your efforts.
Without the Countess, I would probably be rotting in a cell somewhere.
There's an obvious alliance to the Countess, and an understandable one at that.
Merci, mademoiselle.
So she would definitely cover for the Countess, probably. If she was asked to. Inge may seem nothing more than a young innocent maid, but there's something that she's withholding. If I'm to solve the cases before me, I must learn what it is. Very well, but I don't have enough clues yet, clearly, to make a connection, so... there was nothing more I could talk to you about? Doesn't seem like it. I'll keep snooping around and we'll backtrack and find you later. That is definitely interesting. So Elizabeth now has the Major both to blame for losing her early friend, Florette, because that was the Major's doing. And also potentially then her betrothed. We definitely need to talk more to Elizabeth. I wonder if Monsieur Zachariah is as seemingly innocent as his brother. I should speak with him before searching his room.
Monsieur Demir, I hope you are feeling better today.
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix.
Très bien. I wonder if you would be up to discussing certain matters with me.
Whatever you need.
I'm sorry if dealing with the Major's body brought up any familiar emotions.
I lost my taste for death a long time ago, but it had to be done. I'm certainly in no rush to be carrying a dead body again, though.
Most understandable. I shall extend the same gratitude to you as I did to your brother.
You've spoken to him already. How is he?
Perhaps that should be a question you ask him yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
I spoke with your brother about your past.
I bet he had a lot to say. He always did have an opinion on the war.
When I say your past, I refer to your past as brothers.
Oh. Okay, well, what did he say?
It seems you both had the same sentiment for this party. Perhaps the bridges that you thought were once burnt are in fact primed to be reconstructed.
We'll see how probable that reconstruction is going to be. Until he sees my point of view, I don't know how we can move forward.
What is there for him to understand before the bond can be repaired?
Yes, I'm very curious about that.
He lost his friends in the war, the same as everyone. But somehow he has forgiven. I'm sorry, Detective, I can't. And Gideon just doesn't understand that.
Okay, so that's how it goes. After speaking with Monsieur Gideon about his brother's state of mind, I think the best thing for them both would be reconciliation. There's something about Monsieur Zachariah's story that he's leaving out, though. The death of his friends and comrades weigh heavy on him. Your brother was talking with the Countess while in the salon. I was not aware they were so close.
Those two, close.
They must share something in common to be able to hold a conversation for the time they did.
If there is one thing I know about my brother, it's that he will not. No. He cannot be rude. He just doesn't have it in him.
Was it not your brother that punched Monsieur Hagen?
That's different.
Ah, that's different. He was asking for it. If you put my brother in a room with 5 socialites like her, he would work his way around every single one of them, offering his full attention and finest manners.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
Okay, now let's look around. The room is littered with mess. Cigarette butts discarded right next to the ashtray. Okay. He's a smoker, so he might have had matches, and we can see clearly a lighter on top of there, even though Poirot doesn't want to talk about it. An ornamental dagger from Zachariah's time in the war. Some food. The window. I'm assuming that's the plant. Yes, it is. I don't need to look at the plant. Let's ask. I'm assuming this is about the dagger.
Always got time for my favorite detective.
There's a particular item I found while conducting my search.
The dagger. I wondered how long it would take for that to become an issue.
I shall give you the opportunity to explain the reason for it being here before I jump to any conclusions.
It was going to be a wedding gift for Gideon. I've maybe not been the best brother in recent years. I thought this could make up for some of it. After what happened to the Major, I thought it was a bit tasteless.
You did not see it fitting to tell me you were harboring a rather sizable knife in your room?
I wouldn't say harboring. And I wasn't expecting to be a suspect in a murder.
Fair point.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
Most people wouldn't expect to be a suspect in a murder while traveling. Monsieur Becker's room. Without him here, I'm free to search it. Well, this bin is absolutely overflowing, but you seem to have no interest in it. Sometimes, Hercule Poirot, I really do miss Sherlock. Sherlock would have been going through that bin like nobody's business. Let's see, what book is this? Inside Hugo's notebook, a hasty scribble regarding a meeting with, who I assume Ernesto. Curious. Yeah, you know, you would think that he would ask everyone for a signature and then see who's right-handed. But at the same time, that could be something she just made up, so I'm not sure how much weight he could really put on it. until he got a second opinion about it actually being true. It seems he's been attempting to write a speech of some kind. Unsuccessfully, though. I wonder, does this fit a pattern of behavior with Hugo? You underestimate the power of man's defiance. You are in a position to bring all of this to an end. All we ask is what we deserve. Yeah, that's not a good line. I understand why you deleted that one. If you do not retract your men, they will be met with equal force. Too forceful. Indeed. Your weapons may beat our bodies, but they will not bruise our heart spirits. Ooh. These are the men that have built our great nation, country, and will continue to. Money will not save your soul. Not the best of writing, gotta say. But I guess I should commend him for trying. Oh, a photograph. With so many siblings, it must have been difficult for Hugo to get attention. Well, that is a big round of people, isn't it? And you don't want to tell me what book he's currently reading. Well, that appears to be that. Let's see, who's next? Business-minded Monsieur de Silva's room. Very neat. Very tidy. Oh, except the chair. The chair's a mess.
Monsieur de Silva, I am sure you understand the necessity for this type of search.
Not really, Detective. Your speech was rather spirited. But it did not give me much faith in your investigation.
I have not had my abilities questioned to my face by one of those I suspect of a crime before.
Well, if you wish to prove me wrong, you should hurry up and find Felix's killer.
And I hope, with your help, monsieur, I shall.
Let's see. Madame Van der Bosch spoke of your work with her late husband.
Yes, I helped him invest some money. Unfortunately, he was not the businessman he thought he was.
Madame Van den Bosch had a very similar view. At least he could have taken solace that you are both in the same position.
I think you're confused, Detective. It was Edwin that lost his fortune, not I.
Oh.
Forgive my naivete. If you were helping him make viable investments, would you not have seen the same opportunity for yourself?
I told him about the opportunities. I did not tell him to put his whole family's wealth into it. The prospect of doing good meant more to him than his profit margins. He was bound to fail.
The business declared bankruptcy.
It did, until it was purchased for a fraction of its worth and made the new owner a small fortune.
Who was the new owner? I feel that's important. I'm beginning to see Monsieur de Silva's more ruthless side. It sounds as though the Viscount was trying to at least make a positive change, but perhaps he was missing Monsieur de Silva's cutthroat edge. What we spoke of last night regarding Madame Van der Bosch.
Everything that I want to say on that matter has already been said.
I understand, monsieur. But what I would like to know is, was the late Viscount aware of your feelings towards his wife?
Excuse me, Detective, but you have crossed the line.
Crossed the line like an attempt to bankrupt a business partner and friend so that you'll be able to swoop in and impress a certain target of your affections.
You make such ridiculous accusations without a shred of proof.
Your reaction at the mere suggestion is proof enough, monsieur. While I cannot arrest you for betrayal of a friend, I can hope your conscience does not forget, and that will be punishment enough.
Monsieur de Silva's actions are not of a criminal offense, but if there's a penalty for deception and deceit, he would surely receive a life sentence. If he has gone to such lengths before, what would stop him from committing a similar act again, this time to the Major? I know you have worked with the Major, but what do you know of his finances?
He didn't have much to speak of. I was always surprised at the life he lived.
Surprised in what way?
Well, considering it wasn't that long ago he came to me asking about work, I didn't think he was in such good financial shape.
I mean, he's very much in debt, so you weren't wrong.
You offered him a position.
Nothing that he was willing to lower himself to. That's when he began talking about what else he could do for me.
The Major worked security for your factories?
If you can call what him and his team did security. For the money I paid, I did not expect them to be so reckless.
It was a considerable amount you paid him?
There's no need to divulge amounts, but it was certainly more than was expected.
One would expect a business of Monsieur de Silva's caliber to have agreed a price for the Major's service. Why would he allow the Major to barter more? Tell me about the Major's security team.
He said they were all professionals, but I saw nothing of the sort. He said he had worked with them all in the army as their superior officer. They were men that could be trusted.
But that was not the case?
I had not even met them before they arrived on site. They brought their own equipment. They looked like they knew what they were doing.
And this equipment, it included the weapons that injured and killed the workers?
It was not much of a choice, Detective. I said they didn't need them, but Felix said it was essential. He said he knew better.
The more Monsieur talks, the shadier his dealing with the Major become. They're beginning to sound as though the riots were no accident.
That is all for now.
I mean, yes, but it doesn't sound like he's the one who instigated it. It very much sounds like the Major did. Oh no, let's snoop around the room. Let's see. Very tidy bed. A letter on the desk. Letter stating the blackmailer would reveal information of his questionable business dealing. Monsieur de Silva, at first you may question the nature of this letter, but by its conclusion you will know that what you have fought so hard to keep hidden could be far from it. You have spent years feeding off the hard-working backs of others and offering nothing in return. Your workers continue to take their lives into their own hands, day after day, with your shoddy, damaged and dangerous machines for a fraction of what they deserve. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money, it is your workers that must pay the price. The mistreatment and pain you have caused does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house that you live in. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do, and I will not allow that to continue. Based on the writing, which isn't good, I would immediately suspect Hugo for writing this. I can no longer sit back and watch as you disregard any sense of integrity or morality and continue to remain on your self-made pedestal, lording over those that deserve so much more. It is time you pay the price for your crimes, and the cost is 5,000 francs. Why always 5,000 francs? What's so special about the number 5,000? It is a small price to pay for my silence. If I do not receive it before Friday, it will not be cash you are paying, but rather years behind bars. Bring the money in a small brown paper parcel addressed to Monsieur Cordier to the post office on Rue de Entrepois. Give it to the cashier and leave. If you do as requested, you will not hear from me again, and you may continue your life of luxury. It is obvious you do not value others' lives, but I urge you to consider what yours is worth. And you all laughed at me when I said this game had 17 chapters. Well, I don't think it's gonna have 17 chapters, Neemblub. I still don't believe that. It's definitely longer than I thought it would be, but still. Let's see. What's this letter then? Oh. A contract for a partnership between Ernesto and Hugo. It's missing Hugo's signature. 12.1. This agreement is governed by the laws of the Kingdom of Belgium. Both parties agree to the following. 1. Current worker strike shall cease in all manners and form. 2. Factory floor machine operators and supervisors shall return to their position immediately. 3. Terms of the above contract shall be implemented and relevant action taken directly. Signed, Mr. Ernesto da Silva, the factory owner and employer, Ernesto da Silva, M. Hugo Becker's union leader. But what do the workers get? This excludes nothing for the workers. This is just, okay, the strike is over. Everyone return to their post. And that's it. Hugo would never sign that. That has nothing for the workers. Ooh, a letter opener on the background. A razor-sharp letter opener. Almost brand new. Lies discarded on the floor. Let's talk some more, Ernesto.
What is it now, detective?
Push on why Ernesto hid the letter.
I have spoken of a potential blackmail ring, and yet you still kept your letter to yourself.
It is none of your business. And it is nothing more than a cheap trick to have me admit something that is not true.
No, but it's relevant to me.
If that were the case, it would be strange for you to have kept the letter and brought it with you, would it not?
Your persistence is a trait I do not enjoy.
Monsieur de Silva has remained blunt, if not curt, with his responses to my questions. Perhaps it would be best to act in a courteous and emphatic manner, so that he may more forthcoming with the truth of his blackmail letter and its contents. What? Glad that I'm missing a letter word there, so that he may be more forthcoming. So that he may more forthcoming doesn't make sense. Oh well, there must be a reason you thought justified hiding it.
No reason, detective. Merely saving you from wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that. I would like to know about any and all evidence that may help my investigation. I trust there is nothing else you deem a waste of my time.
Of course not, officer. It's not as though you think I'm harboring some illicit secret. The letter was a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. Nothing more.
But what is your secret? You do not value the life of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do. Concerned.
I have never heard so much rubbish in all my life. I value those that work hard and deserve it.
That suggests there are some that you do not respect.
Yes, well, why should I praise someone for doing a poor job? You make me sound like some monster.
Monsieur, the letter does not only discuss your questionable business dealings, but also cases of abuse against your staff. Both accusations that must be taken very seriously.
Detective, there is a difference between telling a member of my staff what to do and abuse.
And it is you that decides where that line is drawn?
In my house? Yes, it is.
Monsieur does not like being pressed on the subject of how he treats his staff. If he had nothing to hide, there should be no need for such a reaction. There shouldn't, but at the same time, the Comtesse said that the maid that she placed in his house had never been happier. Is she lying about that? Because those two things does not kind of work together at the same time. Either he isn't mistreating his staff, or the Comtesse is hiding the fact that she has placed a maid in a household that isn't good for her. Because it doesn't look good on her work. Are you expecting some correspondence this weekend?
Excuse me? Detective, I think you are beginning to lose your mind.
I do not think it is unreasonable to question why you would feel the need to bring a letter opener with you.
Really, Detective? If I had stabbed a man with it, do you really think I would have left it lying out in my room?
I mean, man's got a point. I'm sure the Silver is correct. It is a stretch to believe someone would be so careless. The murder of the weapon remains somewhere in the house, though. I mean, surely they would throw it out the window. At least let it hide in the snow. Monsieur Demire invited Monsieur Becker so that you two might sit down and find some common ground.
Yes, and no one asked him to.
But surely it is beneficial to both parties. Your profits must have been affected.
There are barely any profits to speak of.
Why have those talks not taken place and a deal arranged?
Monsieur Beckers has made no attempt to speak with me and offered no counter-offer. The ball is in his court, Detective.
Although it's Monsieur de Silva's wages and treatment of his staff that is in question, it sounds as though he is at least trying to resolve the issue. Surprising, unlike Monsieur Becker's. Do you have any ideas as to which staff member may have expressed their abuse?
Please stop calling it that. I treat all my servants exactly how I always have, and no one has complained before.
That does not mean your behavior is appropriate.
They have one chance. If they are not doing the job they are hired to do, they are gone. You would be surprised how many staff expect an easy ride.
I did not expect Monsieur to treat his staff the same as his friends, but I also did not expect him to treat them like stray dogs.
Is there a specific member of staff that may have expected such a ride?
There is one girl, a new maid. I didn't expect great things from her, but Comtesse de Vos promised me she could do what was required.
This must be the young girl that Comtesse spoke of. Perhaps the positions she's finding for these girls are not the best fit.
That is all for now.
Well, well, well. So she did lie to us that the girl was happy. Because Ernesto isn't even trying to pretend that that wasn't a girl in the case. And I can't leave your room. I'm assuming that means I have to do some detective work instead before I can leave. Okay, let's see. Two things need to be linked. Let's see. I definitely want to do with the maid. Margot helped Ernesto find the maid. And employs a woman from the shelter.
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
Oh, come on. Those two are definitely connected. Indeed, Poirot and the mystery of leaving the room. It's too hard. Poirot cannot find the door. Scrapped paper, Hugo's notebook. Jackie thinks Hugo was slow to react. I mean, that also seems to make sense now with what Ernesto had said. Because while he might be an absolutely horrible person as far as how he treats his workers, he at least is willing to have negotiations and talk about it. The ball is definitely in Hugo's court, but okay, but let's see here. What can we do? What can we do? Pocket knife, stack of newspaper, Jackie's notebook. The Major tried to pay Jackie off. The Major only cared about money. Jackie thinks Hugo was slow to react. Okay, he keeps a photo of his brother, so they're probably ready to reconciliate?
Magnifique.
The Demir brothers' estranged relationship is enough to suggest they would not have worked together. Okay. Let's see. Jackie thinks Hugo was slow to react. I mean, she doesn't think highly of Hugo, which makes me think she wouldn't work with him. If I want to prove that, however, I should probably link it to the scrapped paper and how he's incompetent at writing speeches and just takes forever.
Another success.
There we go.
I never doubted myself.
In Jackie's opinion, she doesn't value Hugo particularly highly. Why would he collaborate with anyone else? I wonder. Or would he collaborate with anyone else? He probably would. Let's see. That opened up one new one, which makes me think this one is... Hugo might collaborate with... I mean, he might collaborate with Gideon, but there's nothing that... Like, that doesn't allow me. Partially signed contract? I guess I could try.
Come
No,
on, little
no.
princess. We must think logically.
I don't know. Who's ghostwriting? Jackie? I don't think Jackie is ghostwriting per se. I think she writes her own articles. I think she's just, Hugo is basically not writing fast enough, for his speeches. I think that's what she is referring to. Because we found, the scrapped paper of his speeches and he just kept crossing it out. I could try doing the unwilling to collaborate statements. That's a good idea. I can try to connect those two.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps
Okay. So I don't get to connect those two and thereby just say that these people are most likely out of it. What was in the notebook? Inside Hugo's notebook, a hasty scribble regarding a meeting with who I assume Ernesto. Oh yeah, that was that! I forgot about that. That, of course, goes with the collaborating.
the pieces
Of course,
of the
that
puzzle
makes
are
sense.
finally coming together.
So he was planning to work together with Ernesto. That wouldn't, again, Jackie would not have been happy with that. Hugo and Ernesto confirmed each other's alibis. It's possible that they may have colluded to murder the Major. Can I find anything to support this? Hugo may collude with Ernesto combined with the partially signed contract.
What a revelation!
I don't think this is very likely, but I am doubtful the duos would collaborate. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house? Perhaps someone who never confirmed his alibi? Let's see. Yeah, it does feel like a red herring with the contract and everything. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house? He would, because Ernesto employed a woman from the women's shelter.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Ernesto doesn't strike me as the sort of man that would ask for help, no matter how important. But he may have asked Margot for help. I don't think she... Would she have helped him? Would she have helped them? I mean, if she's covering up, then he could probably have pushed her to it. if she's covering up that some of the girls that she's finding work with are dealing with rough working conditions, and she's just, I gave you a job, my work is done, I have done great, and he pushed her on that, maybe, but I don't see them working together otherwise. Talk to Ernesto again. Let's see. Let's talk more about his maid.
What is it now, detective?
Did you speak with the Comtesse directly about hiring a servant from the shelter?
She approached me. I thought it was rather brash.
That does seem a bit brash.
In what way?
Assuming that I would want to take on another servant, and one from such a troubled background. She is running the charity, not I.
I'm sure there's something you're keeping from me. Your business relationship with the Major was obviously towing the line of legality.
When he came to me, I told him that with the factories on strike and my profits pouring down the drain, I had nothing for him. But he said he could help me get them all back to work and the factories earning.
Yeah, that sounds very suspicious.
His rates were steep, but he said he knew what needed to be done, and he was prepared to do it. A week passed and they were all still on strike. In fact, even more had joined them. He made excuse after excuse, demanding more and more money for the job to be done. But he never actually told me what he was going to do.
Allowing you to deny any accountability.
The riots.
I had no idea they were going to charge them like that. How was I meant to know?
And even following such a tragedy, he continued to demand money from you.
He said if he wanted my silence, it would cost. Do you have any idea what it could do to my livelihood, my name? If it got out that I had paid the so-called security that did that.
Okay, so we have a case of workers having a strike to get better wages and probably some benefits as well. Ernesto is losing money from it, and the Major goes in, demands a heck of a lot of money to solve it. Doesn't really say what he's getting done. Ernesto should have kind of known that it would go a bit rough, but still doesn't particularly say it. And then he needs the money to pay down his own debts, which is probably why he keeps delaying doing anything, because the Major really needs the money. And then he probably uses some of his old military contacts to create that second riot that ended up killing 5 to 8 workers. So again, it seems the good old Felix is the bad guy.
I have every idea, monsieur. You hired a militia to take action against your own workers. You deserve whatever name is chosen for being so morally bereft in your decision-making.
I didn't know that was what he was going to do. You must believe me.
I mean, a part of me honestly believed that he didn't know. He should have suspected. But I guess he just kept denying it to himself that no, he wouldn't go that far. Because in the end, if that would be too catastrophic for him if it ever came out. I don't think he would. He seems a shrewd businessman. whatever you may say about him otherwise, I don't think he wouldn't have taken such a great risk because it could have ruined too much for him in the later on.
I have to believe nothing but the truth. And the truth, monsieur, is that it's not only the Major that has the blood of those men on his hands.
Oh, it certainly isn't. I just don't think he planned for that to happen.
That is all for now.
He should definitely be held accountable for it in some way, but I don't think he plotted for that to happen. I think it would benefit him more that it didn't happen. Let's see. A link. A link. This is new. Margot. Something protrudes me about Margot's thoughtful nature. This reminds me of another incident. What could it be? Oh, reminds you from another incident with Margot. Margot helped Inge get hired.
Is there something I am
no.
not seeing?
Remind you of that she kind of insisted on helping with the body?
To become clearer.
Margot may know more than she's letting on if she has an inside link with the staff of the house. Talk to Inge. I find no clear evidence of the guests working together in any capacity. What has become clear is the Countess' connection to the staff. Could there be something more to their relationship? Oh, wait, there's something here. Investigate the blackmail. Something has changed here. I'm just not sure what. Just not sure what. Oh. Let's come back to this one. Let's go talk to Inge first. Let's see.
Something you need, detective.
Tell me about your true relationship with the Countess.
She helped me at the shelter and with this job.
That I am already aware of. What I am not is what else she tasked you with.
Pardon, detective?
I know that your position as a servant in this house is not your only job. What did Countess de Vos ask you to do while in this house?
Yeah, I've been trying to think of something to do with the channel points. But I'm still trying to figure out the right balance with them. The thing is, I don't play that many games that makes it easy to get rid of those channel points, so I'm trying to come up with something.
She said I had to do what she asked, or I would be back on the street. I didn't want to do it. If anyone found out, I would be the prime suspect.
Starting to see the bad side of the Countess. That's about time. Madame Wonderbush would have been aware of young Inge's past, and she's worried that they would accuse her. What was asked of her must be related to her past life as a thief.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Okay, let's see, let's go back in. Inge was in trouble with the law in her young years, for theft specifically. And then put that toward...
Some would say a lucky guess.
There we go.
I would say a moment of genius.
But yeah, I'll figure out a way for you to get rid of your wealth, Niimblab, and join the ranks of the poor again. Inge has admitted that her work in the house is not wholly honest. Let's see. Inge is assisting with thefts. Talk to Inge again. Okay, let's push.
There's something you need, detective.
What was it the Countess asked you to steal from the house?
Nothing. She said I was to take nothing.
If it was not something she wished you to take, what was it?
Oh, was it something you're supposed to put in the house instead?
She wanted me to find out information about the family and Monsieur Hagen.
Oh.
Why did she request that?
At first I didn't know, but when I heard about Mademoiselle Angeline being blackmailed, and then the Major, I knew she had used what I found.
Oh, she's the blackmailer. Perhaps my suspicions of Mr. Sterling's involvement with the Major's safe was incorrect and his key was not lost but stolen. Tell me how you accessed the safe.
I knew Monsieur Archie had a key, and it would be easy to get it from him.
You knew that the Major asked Monsieur Sterling to access the safe from time to time, and if anything was ever discovered missing, he would surely take the blame.
I never took anything. I only told the Countess what I had found.
And that was?
About Monsieur Hagen and the Madame's relationship. And Angeline.
I'm sure the Countess was pleased to hear such valuable information.
She said I had done a good job, but I needed proof. That's why I went back and got the letters last night.
So it was young Inge that beat Madame van the Bosch to the safe last night. But why would they be left in such a precarious fashion? When I returned to the study this morning, the letters remained out and the safe open.
I fetched the letters again and took them to the Countess last night. But she shouted at me and said what a stupid girl I was.
You were only doing as she requested.
She said it was too dangerous for her to have them with you around. That's when I returned them to the study. I thought I heard someone on the stairs, so I just threw them back. It was dark as I dared not turn the light on. Someone would have seen it.
So she basically has a thing where she has the shelter for young women. Then she places them in different households and makes them report back information, and then she blackmails her friends who have taken in this the young woman. Yeah, this could possibly not go wrong, huh? She's just using these women. She doesn't give a damn about them because the women will get fired for this. If they ever get caught, they'll get fired and she'll take none of the responsibility. Trying to slot a key into a lock in the dark is no easy feat. That would explain the scratches on the safe. If Madame van der Bosch had only tried to retrieve the letters minutes earlier, she would have surely crossed paths with Inge.
Merci, mademoiselle.
I mean, she could be impoverished nobility, but she could also just be building more wealth so that she can funnel it back into her business and keep her reputation. Let's see. Inge knows of the hidden room. Inge accessed the safe. Inge scratched the safe. Let's start with gathering information. Access the safe, stole the key?
Order and
No.
method. That is...
Let's see. What is it? Scratch the safe. Archibald claims nothing was moved in the study. No, that seems wrong. Let's see. Let's see. Could I done Inge is assisting with thefts and then the key? That is directly linked. Theft, key.
Another
Okay,
success.
that works.
I never doubted myself.
That works. Because the safe does not say it, but assisting with thefts apparently do. I thought it was irresponsible of Archibald to lose his key, but now its disappearance makes sense. So then we have Inge stole Archibald's key, which explains how she has access to the safe.
What a revelation.
Yes, it's really a revelation. Steal key, get access to safe. Ooh. Who would have guessed? I wonder how many secrets the house holds for Inge to find. Then she also knows of the hidden room.
Magnifique.
If there's somewhere in this house where a secret lies, it surely will be found in the hidden room. And now we get to talk to Inge again about the secret room. My suspicions of the Countess' connection with Inge was correct. She was using the young girl to find out anything and everything she could about the family, while the Countess need not even get her hands dirty. Huh. Very suspicious. Still have one thing I need done there, but let's find that hidden room first.
Is there something you need, Detective?
There is. What else have you relayed to the Countess?
That's all. I swear. I heard Monsieur Archie and Monsieur Felix talking about a storeroom, but I haven't found it.
Is the Countess aware of this room?
I told her it was somewhere in the house, but I didn't know where. She wasn't happy with me that I hadn't found it yet.
I believe if Youngin knew the location of the secret store, she would have been forthcoming with it. It may be naive on my part, but she has already incriminated herself and has nothing else to lose.
Merci, mademoiselle. Your honesty today has helped me greatly.
I suppose that I will lose my position at the house now.
That is not my decision to make. But when the whole truth is revealed, it will not be the pawns the law looks to convict. We shall be coming for the Queen.
Okay. So now there's two things I need to do on the blackmail board. Let's see. So, let's see, where is it? Where is it? Ernesto and Inge can be connected.
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
Margot is making her shelter girls do her dirty work, finding dirt on members of the social elite. That is how. Wait. Seems Inge was able to gain access to Felix' safe. How did she do this? We already know that, but can I then
This will not get me
connect
any
those?
closer.
Oh. Wonderbush secret may be in the hidden room. Has linked to several staff members?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Could there be someone else? Such a calculating web of lies and secrets. What motive could possibly justify such devious actions? Margot is indeed a blackmailer. Finally, have unmasked the blackmailer. Mademoiselle Angeline and the other recipients of such letter may no longer live in fear. Comtesse de Vos shall pay for her crimes. Okay. There we go. That case has been solved. Let's see. Oh, and that took us directly to this scene, so I'm guessing we're telling her right away. Hello, Angeline.
Mademoiselle, merci for coming.
Have you had a breakthrough, Detective?
I have.
I have. Finally, I have the news you have awaited.
Please, Detective, don't hold me in suspense.
I have finally uncovered the identity of the one holding the Van de Bosch name for the ransom.
Oh my, I feel faint at the thought of knowing who could have done this to us.
It is said to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It is Comtesse de Vos that is behind the letters.
I don't believe it. What about the Major's letter?
Not only his, but a letter to Monsieur da Silva.
She was blackmailing him as well? Detective, I just don't know what to say.
Take a moment, mademoiselle. It is a lot of information to take in.
I just don't understand why she would do such a cruel thing.
What do you know of young Inge's past?
She has never been particularly forthcoming with it. Only that she was homeless for some time, and that she was at the women's shelter before here.
And it is there that the Countess abused her power and manipulated her to uncover secrets of the family.
All this time she has been working for Margot, doing her dirty work?
I am afraid so, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is in a state of shock to learn that such a close friend of the family has betrayed them in such a cruel way. It must be devastating.
Is Maman aware?
You are the first I have told, mademoiselle. Next will be the authorities.
I'm afraid that we'll have to wait.
Still to play, mademoiselle, we must go through the correct channels.
And we will. I want to see her punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we cannot telephone anyone, as the lines are still down.
Fair point.
Monsieur Archibald informed me earlier. I had hoped they would be working again. Last night's snow must have caused more damage than expected.
Last night? They have been done all weekend, Detective.
Oh, Archie, you still seem sus. Every time I think that we cleared you, Archibald, you do something new.
Detective? Are you okay?
How could I have been such a fool? I saw Mr. Sterling talk on the telephone, but I heard no ring. Precisely. Archie, Archie, Archie. Naughty, naughty Archie.
Detective Poirot?
It was all a lie, a scene acted out for my benefit, to throw me off the scent. If I believed that the Major was still alive at that time, I had no reason to investigate anyone's whereabouts beforehand. Anyone being Mr. Sterling and his staff.
Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water, Detective?
My apologies, mademoiselle. I was taken by surprise for a moment, but I have regained my composure. A glass of water is not required. Would you excuse me? Merci, mademoiselle.
Okay, we move on to the next chapter. The family. My patience has grown thin. The guests and the staff of this house think it's acceptable to lie to my face when questioned and obstruct my investigation. But no more. We shall see how Mr. Sterling and his staff fare under some pressure. I have been lied to for the last time. My suspicions initially led me to guess, but now they are firmly placed on the staff. Mr. Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna cannot hide behind the lies any longer. About time. About time you started suspecting the staff. The rest of us been onto them for quite some time. Let's see, this is the door. Looks like Elizabeth is on her way to see me, but at such a late an hour.
Mademoiselle, what a pleasure to see you.
Okay, I'm just gonna say right now, as far as the animation looks, she looks like a ghost. With those dark rings around her eyes, she definitely looks more dead than alive.
Detective,
It is a rather late hour to be wandering the halls.
She's the one possessing the plants that we saw in the parlor that was moving back and forth. Surely that's the thing. This is all gonna go into ghost territory now.
Oh, yes, of course. I do not feel myself, Detective.
That is common with possession.
If that is the case, you should be resting. Allow me to help.
No, that's quite all right. I will see to my duties and return to bed.
Lizzie, excuse me, Elizabeth. Lady Van den Bosch has been waiting for some time now.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Detective Poirot was just...
I'll see to the detective. You just head on up. Off you go.
Huh.
Good night, Detective.
Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth is certainly not herself. I thought the death of the Major had brought up uncomfortable memories of her beloved Luke, but it may be something else.
I'm sorry about her, Detective. As you can see, she is still not back to her usual bubbly self.
It could be a bad conscience, for sure.
This weekend seems to have taken quite a toll on her.
She'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Now, what can I help you with?
Well, you can tell me why you lied to me.
As if by magic you appeared when needed. I would like to speak with you and the remaining staff. If you could gather them in the staff pantry.
At this hour, Detective? Is that really necessary?
I shall be the one that determines what is and what is not necessary, and this is very much the former.
As you wish, Detective. I'll see if Inge has finished preparing for breakfast.
And Mademoiselle Rihanna?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch her from the kitchen. Elizabeth may be some time with the lady of the house. Perhaps you'd like to start with us?
Very well. I shall speak with Mademoiselle Elizabeth when her duties are complete.
Oh yeah, I don't think Archie is gonna come out of this well.
Mr. Beckers is in the library. If you wish to join him, I could bring you both a nightcap.
I wish to keep a clear head, but there is something I wish to discuss with Monsieur Beckers.
This is my opportunity to confront Monsieur Beckers about his dealings, or lack thereof, with Monsieur de Silva, without being disturbed. Is it really gonna be such a cliché in this game that the butler actually did it? I mean, the butler did it is such a cliché.
Monsieur Beckers, it is rather late. The other guests have already retired to their rooms.
And also, I'm now really confused. It's rather late. They said that twice now, that this hour and it's rather late. And yet somehow Inge is preparing breakfast? Is he hiding the candlestick behind his back? Seems suspicious. Yeah, kinda.
I didn't even see the time. It's easy to lose oneself in a library this impressive.
That is something we can agree on, monsieur.
I suppose I should be heading?
A moment, monsieur. There are some matters that we must discuss.
Oh, what is it, Detective?
I did not realize your relationship with Mademoiselle Conrad was so business-oriented.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Her proposal to make you somewhat of a star, a figurehead for the working man, what would you call that?
There was certainly no talk of making me a star. That is not the type of man I am. She wanted to write a piece on my work with the union, and I was happy to oblige.
Monsieur Beckers has always prepared to have the worker's intention at the forefront of his decisions, but perhaps the thought of being remembered for something great was too much for him to pass up. I was wondering, did your speech go the way you expected?
My speech? I'm not sure what speech.
You may save your false ramblings for your next audience. I am aware you spoke with the Major yesterday.
Whoever told you that has it wrong, Detective.
Please, monsieur. The truth.
Okay, fine. Yes, the Major and I spoke, but it was not for long.
What was the manner of your conversation? For what I understand, it's not a light-hearted chat.
I was trying to convince him to speak with Ernesto. It's time we brought the strikes to an end.
And that was best approached by a shouting match?
He wouldn't listen to what I said. I spent so long preparing how I was going to convince him, but men like him are only swayed by one thing: money.
Wait, don't tell me that this whole working strike thing has been a complete botched attempt because Hugo thinks that he has to go through the Major and not talk to Ernesto himself. Well, Ernesto is just sitting there waiting for Hugo to approach him and like, no, the ball's in his court, but he doesn't want to talk to me. Monsieur Beckers is not wrong. Had he tried to grease the Major's palm, perhaps he would have been more successful. Like, could this union thing have been solved ages ago if Beckers had just gone straight to Ernesto, but the Major has been blocking his path, wanting to get money?
It is said that money is the root of all evil, but it can also be a rather powerful bargaining chip.
Well, he was bargaining with people's lives. If he had acted sooner, none of those men, my men, would have to die.
The Major oversaw security at the factories. Could he have done more to stop the strikes turning violent? Considering he hired the thugs, I would assume so. I understand Monsieur de Silvas had prepared a deal.
A deal? It was an insult.
I mean, yes, it was, but you could make him a counteroffer.
And that is why you did not sign it?
I didn't sign it because the workers deserve so much more, not his pathetic attempts to get them back to work.
But where's your counter?
Did you think there was a chance for a better deal to be made?
I know there was. He's a pompous swine that cares for only himself and filling his pockets.
Sure, I've heard that description of Monsieur de Silva before, or at least something similar. Oh yeah, sure. But you gotta present a counter. You can't just... You can't turn an offer down and not present a counter. That's not how these negotiations work. Pushing Jacqueline's influence over Hugo.
Mademoiselle Conrad can be quite convincing, can she not?
Hugo is my kind of guy and Calden's worst nightmare? How so? How so, Niemblov?
She has certainly taken several wealthy business partners by surprise with her knowledge and prowess. She knows how to use her womanly powers to get what she wants.
Okay, we're dragging womanly powers into this. Okay, sure.
But she did not surprise or use you.
Me? Used me? Don't be ridiculous, detective. There were no games played at my expense.
Monsieur Beckers has quite a way with words and is a fan of his own voice. Papa should allow him the opportunity to speak and open up without too much of interruption and forcefulness. I mean, both curious and suggestive should be working here. Ah, okay, so just because of the union thing. Yeah, workers' rights are un-American socialists and I'm a trade unionist. I mean, is there... Well, I know a few people. I know a select few, but I think I can... Of all the people who I've worked with and know in my life, I think maybe less than 5 haven't been in a union. It's very rare these days to find people who aren't part of the union over here. Let's see. Curious or suggestive? Let's go curious, sure.
No, she just reminded me of what I was fighting for.
I mean, it makes sense as far as joining the union here, because one, you don't have to deal with the whole approaching your boss for wages on your own, which, let's face it, when you first start working, you are in absolutely no condition to do that. You have no idea what you're dealing with. So joining a union once you start the workforce makes perfect sense. Also, all the Norwegian unions here have really good insurance deals. So the insurance you get for anything, your house, life insurance, in case you become ill and can't work anymore, all of things are better usually as price when you're with a union than when you're without. So it makes sense regardless, but there are just absolutely no good reasons why you wouldn't at that point. You're stronger together. That's just how union works, and it stands true. If you have a problem with your workplace, the more of you that are joined together, it makes sense. But it's also for just the benefits that you get from just being a member. Even if you could argue against the concept of union and think like, well, I won't need it, my employer is good and takes care of me. At that point, we could still well go, well, yes, but here are benefits that will directly impact your position and your economy. So why not just join just because of those, even if you don't believe as much in the cause because you don't think you'll need it. You were used. You claim your fuse measured the silver steel as it was not adequate for your men. Yeah, we're not gonna antagonize him. That doesn't seem to be good.
And I stand by that. It was an insult.
A rather bold move to make such a decision on your own.
Are you prepared to take responsibility for your actions or lack thereof? Your job is to support the workers, but nothing you have done has got them any closer to the results you promised. I mean, that is the honest.
I may not be perfect, but I've done everything I can.
Your efforts fell short in every respect. You claim to be the voice of the people, but you care about no one's voice or benefits but your own.
I mean, I think nothing could have convinced me about the benefits of the union more than basically my first long-term job after I finished uni. Before that, I had only like shorter contracts, like subbing in for people who got sick, that sort of thing. So it was more on a month-to-month basis. But then I got hired for a project that would take 3 years. I think we were still in... It was still within the first week of starting to work. I didn't know people. I didn't know, like, anyone around me. And my section boss, she was already within one of the unions, and she had been part of the hiring process. And it had been an open thing, so all the papers were public and things. And mainly, the person from one of the major unions at the workplace just came hauling over to me and like, I hear you have a master's degree. You aren't being paid for the master's degree. If you join the union, we can fix that. Like, okay, sure. And I was immediately up quite a hefty amount in salary. It's like, okay, I wasn't aware. I had just finished my studies. I had no idea what I was supposed to get paid. I had absolutely no idea. Because why would I? You don't learn that sort of things when you're at uni. You don't learn to know where to look to find out what should I be getting paid for. How much should I be getting paid? There's nothing that prepares you for that. So if she hadn't gotten a hold of me, I would have continued to work for that because it's the first proper paycheck I'm getting. I don't know if it seems fair to me from my knowledge of nothing. But yeah, your efforts fell short in a respect. We have done that.
It's not as easy
Let's
as just signing a piece of paper.
Move on with questioning Hugo.
There's a heavy weight to bear on one's shoulders. I consulted with others.
You yourself spoke of Mademoiselle Conrad's cunning in business.
And I told you, I was not one of her targets.
Tell me then, what was it she reminded you of? The acclaimed man of the people you would be known as if you pushed the factory owners for more?
It wasn't like that at all.
Then tell me what it was like, Hugo.
From where I am standing, it was she that was manipulating the terms of the deal, and you in the process. You were merely her pawn.
Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't have listened to her. But what else could I do? Remain an unknown my whole life? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
It may not have been your intention, but we both know the result. You rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame, and you lost.
Pardon my intrusion, but are you from a large family? Wow, it's like the jump there. Ah, okay. So there's a thing there with unions in Germany. But yeah, we can stop the digression into that. There's always gonna be different things within different countries. And unless you work there, you're probably not gonna be familiarized as much with the situation, the in and outs of it. But I do find it rather amusing how big of a jump this is in tone. Like, we have just accused you rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame and you lost. But after that, pardon my intrusion, but you are from a large family, are you not? Let's talk about your family.
What does that have to do with anything?
I have often wondered about the competition siblings face in a large family.
When you're young, it is the best feeling to know you have family that will stand by you, without even being asked. It is not until everyone starts carving their own path that you realize you're walking yours solo, and those that were beside you are now miles away. My older brothers were the athletes of the family. They both played soccer, and were the infatuation of every teenage girl. I'm sure you have seen the type.
Oui, monsieur, but I can assure you that was not I.
Then there was me. Quiet, timid, a shadow of the Baker brothers. My voice and very presence was forgotten and ignored. Nothing I could say or do would ever reach the bar they had set. But I always knew I was destined for great things.
Poirot just knows how to work with what he has.
Years passed, and now that I no longer stood in the colossal ombre of my brothers, I could become my own man. When the position of union leader was posted, it was my chance to finally be heard. You hear politicians speak of the little or the common man? Well, that was me. And I knew what we wanted and what we needed. When I spoke, others listened. I held their gaze with a sense of pride, a sense that what I was doing was for the greater good. It was supposed to be my crowning achievement, lead the men to victory over the money-grabbing oppressors. But instead, all I did was lead them to their deaths.
Oh. Hello there, Blobber, and thank you for the raid.
Monsieur, it was not at your hands that these men died. The blame cannot lie solely on your shoulders. Those responsible will be punished for their crimes. That you must trust.
Good of you to join us for what hopefully is the closing chapters. We're currently on chapter 7. I'm hoping we can close it in with chapter 8, hopefully, maybe chapter 9. Monsieur Becker's story is one of fighting to have one's voice heard, be it a single or one of the masses. I'm afraid he may be remembered for what he did, but not in the way he so hoped. Okay, let's see. What does that give us, though? Nothing there, and nothing there. So I guess we go to talk to the staff. I guess we go talk to the staff. While speaking with Monsieur Beckers was not the reason for me being up this hour. He was able to fill in some major blanks regarding the Major, but not in getting any closer to discovering his killer. Perhaps the staff living quarters will. I don't think it is 14 cases. Please tell me, Blobber, that's not true. I can't believe we have that many chapters to go. I don't want it to be 14 chapters. Okay, good, you have no idea. Wait, weren't we supposed to meet in the butler's pantry? Oh, after I've done the investigation in staff quarters. Okay. I mean, we have already solved and figured out who the blackmailer is in chapter 7. So I would assume chapter 8 and 9 is wrapping up the case of the murder. I can't imagine that we would have much more content after that. Okay, we can look at logs, sure. A decent supply of logs. I just hope the staff also get to make use of them with this weather. Finding the blackmailer was just a tutorial. I see. A newspaper. What news have they been reading? They are a few days old and do not hold a candle as to what has transpired here this weekend. Okay, so the news is not interesting. How about the hammock? I'm glad I'm a guest of the house. I'm not sure how well I would sleep in such a contraption. Well, this is really strange. Is it just one staff room? The male and the female staff share a room? That doesn't make sense. That makes absolutely no sense. I mean, for one thing, yes, the scandal. For the second, considering the Madame's hard rule of no romance between the servants, having everyone share a room seems absolute foolish in that case. Let's see, abandoned clothes. A red luxurious jacket, the initial suite FH. Felix Hagen? Are these scruffy boots his as well? Where have we left here, though? Okay, so Felix's clothes is down here. And we have some luggage. A war medal that I assume must belong to the Major. The items I have found are most intriguing and require an explanation that I believe only the staff can give. I shall meet them in the pantry.
Detective, what can we do for you?
You can help me by telling the truth, and in the process, help yourselves.
Sorry, Detective. It's a bit late in the night for riddles.
It is no riddle, monsieur. If I do not receive the truth, you shall all be charged as accessories to murder.
Harsh.
Detective, I think maybe you have been locked in this house for too long. We have already...
You have told me a version, and now I require honesty.
Okay. Let's begin with you, Archie. You're my prime suspect right now.
Monsieur Sterling, is there anything you would like to add to your story?
I'm not sure what you think I have done, Detective.
Let us not string out this charade any longer.
The telephone call that the Major received.
From his associate. I've already told you, Detective. I don't know who it was.
Uh-huh.
Do not worry yourself on such details now. I suppose they were lucky to have called when they did. Otherwise, they may not have gotten through at all, with the telephone lines being down as of yesterday.
Aye, Detective. Lucky, I guess.
Mr. Sterling is no fool. I believe he is aware I suspect him of something. Perhaps some carefully worded questions are all that are needed for him to slip up. You were the last to see the Major alive when you brought him the bottle of whiskey in his study, correct?
Whiskey?
You took a bottle of whiskey to the Major. You spoke with Monsieur Demire en route.
Aye, of course. It was a bottle he picked up from his last visit to Scotland. Rather smoky number from the Highlands. He was saving it for a worthy occasion. Drowning his sorrows must have been fitting enough.
At first, he does not remember a bottle at all, and as if by magic he recalls the exact details.
Or was it the one from the West Coast? You'll have to excuse my memory, Detective. It's not what it used to be.
Can you explain why a medal belonging to the Major was amongst your belongings?
Oh, you found it. Thank you, Detective. I've been looking everywhere for it.
Oh, have you now?
If I had lost a war medal, I would not stop until I found it.
It's not what you think. I was...
Exploiting a dead man's military achievements for your own personal gain?
Nothing of the sort. He asked me to clean them up. I must have dropped it into my pocket when I was putting them back. An honest mistake.
Never have I heard such a pathetic excuse to explain a stolen item in one's possession. I would expect a better lie from an infant. I cannot claim to be an expert, but I would presume a medal like that would be of quite some value.
I wouldn't know. Probably.
Your father was in the military for many years. That is what you told me.
He was.
And your family still keep his medals?
They were sold.
And why was that, monsieur?
Is my family on trial now, Detective?
Only you, monsieur. And I repeat my question.
Because we needed money.
Mm-hmm.
Voila.
Monsieur Sterling was well aware of the medal's value when it found its way into his belonging. You claim the Major asked you to clean his medal for display purposes?
No. He keeps them safe with some of his old military documentation.
Is that a typical job for the head butler?
He trusts me to do a good job. I told him I used to clean my father's, so he asked me to do the same.
And where does he keep these items?
In the storage room. I know where everything is, so it's just easier if I fetch them for him as and when he needs them.
I do not recall seeing any military memorabilia or keepsake when I was in the storage room. Could there be another storage room he speaks of? Are you happy here at the Vandenbush house?
It's certainly better than my last.
You are paid a fitting wage for the work that is asked of you?
I'm sure the lady of the house would not want me discussing it, but I should not complain.
That is not the most convincing answer, monsieur.
Between you and I, we all work very hard here, and it would be nice if we were rewarded for it.
Seems Mr. Sterling is trying to convince me, as he has himself, that his light-fingered actions are justifiable due to the headed wage he receives from his honest work.
Please don't go anywhere. If I require more information, I shall call on you again.
Okay, let's see. How many things did that get me? 3. 3 links. Okay, dig further into Archie's suspicious actions. Let's see. Archibald stole from the Major due to the staff being not paid much.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Okay, let's see. Archibald hasn't noticed the lack of calls and he staged a phone call?
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
Well, your thoughts and facts, Poirot, sometimes doesn't make sense. Let's see. The war messages must belong to the Major. Elizabeth is quite upset, but that doesn't mean that. Worn out boots. I mean, it could have been from the person we saw that was out in the snow. But... Let's see. There isn't a lot. I don't know. The coat, I can't think of anyone else that would own a coat like this. Why is it in here? I can probably connect these two.
Order and method.
No, I cannot.
That is the way to solve the problem.
I cannot. Let's see. Hugo saw the Major outside, worn out boots.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover the truth.
Okay. What could this be, though? Oh, maybe not the boots, but the coat? Maybe Hugo didn't see the Major outside?
Beginning to become clearer.
Okay, there we go. The Major would not have left such a fine coat in the staff area. Someone must have worn it. More importantly, however, who wore the Major's clothes? Okay, so we weren't looking for the boots, we were looking for the coat. But we don't know who. Let's see. Madame pays the staff very little. Worn out boots.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Should have known at first glance these belong to a member of the staff, but who? Okay, so we now have staff members' boots. Forgot he took the whiskey. Yeah, we do have the problem with the whiskey. Whiskey with the ice bucket, perhaps?
Is there something I am not seeing?
Whiskey with staff is involved?
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps...
Could I potentially frame Rihanna into this, which she claims she took ice to the Major? Whereas Archibald staged a phone call? I don't see how those two are linked, but they're close together on the map, and sometimes that's all you got.
Of genius.
The theory that the Major had been killed during dinner was nothing but a ruse. Why are the staff covering for the real time of death? Why is the staff covering the real time of death? Why would they do that? They are involved with the murder?
This will not get me any closer.
Staff would be covering... Staff would be covering because one of them is the murderer, or because someone they like is the murderer. Let's see. What else can I potentially link here? Could I link staff member's boot with someone else was wearing War Major's coat and thereby proclaim that it was indeed a staff member?
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Okay, that works. That works. Staff member dressed in the Major's clothes and took his position out in the snow for the guests to see. Why would they do this? That again... Oh, really? I don't get to connect that with the fact that they are worried about the timeline? But it's the same thing! You would sure let me connect these things. Damn it, Poirot. Okay, but... So the staff is clearly covering. Staff is clearly covering up things. But is it because one of them did it? Or is it because someone they really like did it?
Mademoiselle, I shall keep my questions brief.
I mean, it could be both. One of them could even have assisted.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
You have been honest with me so far. All I request is that you continue to do so.
Oui, détective.
I am already aware of Mademoiselle's involvement with the blackmail, but I'm not sure if she is also connected to the Major's murder. Tell me what happened before you found the Major in his study.
It was frantic in the pantry. We were working hard to make sure everything was up to scratch.
Go on.
Then Liz burst in, asking for Mamore's help.
Her help with what, exactly?
I don't know. She took Liz to one side, and I was needed in the salon. We spoke just after that in the pantry.
Oh, okay. Elizabeth, it's not looking good for you.
You did not question what she needed help with?
It is not looking good for you now, Elizabeth.
I was too busy. I love Liz, but she sheds a tear at almost everything these days. Although, I have never seen her look so pale.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth still looked pale when I saw her earlier. I understand the amount of work that goes into keeping a house of this size running, but Madame cannot expect the staff to work if they are ill. Yeah, I think we're gonna get more closer into the death of Luke at this point.
Merci. I shall return if I have any further questions.
Which means I need to talk to you.
Mademoiselle, I shall be as quick and precise with my questioning as possible.
Okay. What do you need?
My condolence on your brother's passing.
Merci. He was a good man. Taken too early.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, for not extending them earlier, but I was not aware of your relationship.
He was my only brother, and he died doing what he believed was right. If I ever get my hands on who took him from me...
No, he's kind of already dead. Understand why she's so angry for her brother to be taken from this world at such a young age, in such a violent manner. Violence cannot be met with violence, but I'm not sure Mademoiselle feels the same. Tell me about your brother's involvement in the riots at the factory.
You say the riots, but it was the strike he was part of. They started the riots, not the workers.
By they, you are referring to the security forces. They were brought in to keep the peace.
Security, huh? They were brought in to make an example of them. It was all peaceful until they arrived.
Why would they need to make an example?
So that the workers would stop rallying. No one is going to go on strike if they think they'll get killed. The security you talk of were armed and ready. The workers were pigs to the slaughter. What chance did they have?
It is obvious Mademoiselle is still upset about her brother's death, and rightly so. If the events were as Mademoiselle describes, I cannot comprehend how the security forces were able to get away with such despicable acts of violence. Pardon moi, Mademoiselle. I know we have spoken on this, but you took Ice to the Major, correct?
Yes.
This was before or after Archibald took him a bottle of whiskey.
Before.
You are sure?
It may have been after.
Mm-hmm.
The whiskey is kept in the cellar with all the alcohol.
It is.
Then you must have noticed him going into the cellar and returning with a bottle through the pantry, no?
Yes, I suppose I did. It must have been before then.
Oh, Archie is looking for a way out. He's considering jumping out that window over there. Took only one question for Mademoiselle to doubt her own story. What I still cannot see is why the need for the lies. Tell me about Elizabeth yesterday.
What is there to say? Being locked away in the pantry, I don't see her for most of the day.
That may be, but she came looking for your help before dinner was served, did she not?
She wasn't feeling well, that's all.
And she came to you.
I told you, we are a family here. The girls come to Mama Reh if they have a problem, and I fix it.
When I saw her earlier, I must admit she was not looking herself. Perhaps I should check on her.
No! Just leave the poor girl. She'll be fine after another bowl of my homemade soup. She just needs her rest.
Oh, I think she needs more than rest. I'm sure Mademoiselle is a loving mother figure to the staff while away from their families. But her eagerness to keep me from seeing Mademoiselle Elizabeth again does not sit comfortably.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Okay, let's see. Let's go to the map. We have one more thing that has popped up here, and I'm assuming that has to do with you. Let's see. Well, none of those two things seems to make much sense. Is there something else? When I claimed Elizabeth is under the weather, is quite upset.
Come, my little
No.
grey cells.
Not the connection we need. So it has to be these two because these are the only new things. But how can I connect? There's nothing here that can connect the worker incident. Like Rihanna believes worker didn't stand a chance. That makes no sense to connect to any of the other things. So it must be this. Rihanna unsure about timing. Why is this significant? This is significant because of the staff covering up the time for the death.
I must act on thought and fact, not on impulse.
That is not an impulse. That is very much relevant. But I can try connect it to the other one. A staff member impersonated the major.
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Staff may be involved in murder.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover.
Oh, come on. It's important for all of these reasons. Archibald forgot he took the whiskey to the major. There we go. I played for about 9.5 hours, I think it was yesterday. So I've already way gone past what I was expecting to play. How can either of them forget something so important from only the day before? Archibald and Rihanna unsure of their stories. Staff covering up the real time of death?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Oh, was it 8.5 hours? Oh, I thought it was 9. Oh well. Oh yeah, I'm getting my money's worth as far as money per hour. Both Archibald and Rihanna played the parts very well. That is until they became complacent. Why do the staff feel they need to fabricate stories? Archibald and Rihanna fabricated the story. They feel like they need to fabricate a story because staff may be involved in the murder?
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a...
You can't see logic in that, huh? Because staff member impersonated the major?
Another success. I never doubted myself.
Okay. I almost had to relay their stories back to them both. I obviously cannot trust a word they say. Why are the staff hiding the truth from me? And then that goes back to involved in the murder.
What a revelation.
There we go. It is a revelation I had not expected. The staff were involved in the murder. While young Inge is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, it is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that has been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the major was killed. Yes, but are they doing it to protect Elizabeth? Or are they doing it to protect themselves? That is the big question here. The staff were already suspicious to begin with, but this confirms their involvement. Are all the staff members involved? Yes, it takes place in Belgium. It takes place in Belgium, Nimblab. The when we have had more trouble placing because there are certain things that they say and certain parts of the aesthetic that doesn't make sense with when exactly this is supposed to take place. We think it must be around the 20s, but still. I'm close to revealing the truth about the major's murders, but I must understand the roles that each and every person involved played before the final puzzle is solved. Inge was giving the name after her grandmother. So it's a family name. Yes. Let's see. So they share grief for Luke.
The pieces of
that
the
ties
puzzle
those two
finally
together.
coming together.
Cannot imagine the pain they felt losing Luke. His memory will live on in their hearts. Yeah, she made a thing because Poirot commented on her name being the Norse goddess, or the Norse god for, oh, words, why can I ever remember these things? I mean, it's one of the lesser important gods. Why can I never remember their names? You hardly think that I would had taken courses on Norse mythology, and I was actually fairly interested in the bits as well, but let's see. Let's see. That's because it's all about the English bits. That is why. Quick Google search gave me that. Yeah, it was peace and fertility. They claim. They claim that. And then apparently it's all about different names of the same gods. No, but peace and fertility is known by a far more common Norwegian name as far as the mythology goes, and this is just connected to that goddess, or it's another name used for it. It's it tends to get complicated with these things. I just try to look it all up because they share a lot of the work, so to speak. Rihanna helped Elizabeth after coming downstairs. Elizabeth looked white coming down the stairs. Is this also relevant?
Come,
This is
my
not
little
relevant.
Gracelyn.
Inge feels disconnected from her peers. Yeah, she's connected. This is not connected to any of these. Let's see. They both grieve for Luke. Archibald staged a phone call. No, that's not connected to anything. Like, this to be connected would make the most sense. Did she impersonate the Major?
Is there something I am not seeing?
I will admit I don't have much proof for that, but I think it might be. Let's see. Let's see. Like, that makes sense to me. I guess I could connect the fact that I don't think she's involved because she feels disconnected. So I don't think she's involved in this. I think it must be the other staff.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
I'm confident Inge isn't part of the cover-up that has clearly been a focus of the other staff. She's been too busy. She has been far too busy doing her own thing with the blackmailer. So Inge is not involved in the murder. She has her problems because of blackmailing. That's fine. Not related to the murder case. So that leaves me with you three. She looked white coming downstairs. She's supposedly then either the first one to see the body, or she's directly involved in the murder.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
I mean, it's one or the other. Elizabeth looked pale and the other members of staff were busy with their duties. She must have found the body. But did she play a part in the murder? But she's definitely like the first one that has done this. And then she got help.
I should not be surprised by my own.
She gets
skills
help from
of
the
deduction.
cook. Although her duties are primarily focused in the kitchen and pantry, I don't recall seeing her. Wasn't seen after Elizabeth found the corpse. Archibald staged a phone call.
Magnifique.
Archibald's acting skills came to play to cover for a member of staff, but who? Covering for the staff member that was impersonating the Major.
Order and method. That is the way.
Okay, covering for Rihanna.
I cannot see the logic in this. Perhaps a second
Okay.
look at...
Covering for Elizabeth.
What a
There we
revelation.
go. The staged phone call was Archibald's assignment. He went to great lengths to protect Elizabeth, but why did he feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? Staff are involved in the murder?
This will not get me any...
Okay. Felt the need because she was out pretending to be the murderer?
Is there something I am not seeing?
Let's see. Let's see. What is the last thing, though? And I think this one I wasn't allowed to do. Yeah, no, already done that. That's not it. So what's left? What's left? Because we clearly need to find out who is impersonating the Major. But how? I was certain it was going to be covering, but that doesn't seem it. Rihanna wasn't seen because she was too busy playing the Major?
Some would say a lucky guess.
Okay.
I would say a moment of genius.
Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role in the plan. Why was it necessary? I'm not sure of yet. Why did she feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? While young Inge is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, it is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that has been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. Whereas you, my dear Elizabeth, are our prime suspect right now. I now have all the pieces of puzzle. I must return to my room and place them together until the result reveals itself. Really? Already? It is time for my little grey cells to go to work. I am so close to uncovering the truth. Okay then. Let's get to it, Poirot. I'm assuming it's this. Investigate the murder? Staff are involved in the murder. Guests are involved in the murder. Instruments, we have poker was cleaned, first aid kit, pocket knife, potential murder weapon, letter opener, ceremonial dagger, defensive strike, demanding letters, killer's entry when not obstructed, not a simple burglary. Crime scene was compromised. I am not certain here. Guests may be involved. Multiple guests may be responsible. Is this when I take staff and connect it to guests?
Order and method.
Okay.
That's
not it. So I'm not connecting the staff to the guests and therefore creating a duo of one staff member and then the guests. Let's see. I guess I can just once more connect these. I mean, we already connected these in the previous one.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Okay. How could I have allowed this to slip through my grasp? Elizabeth is the murderer. The stage phone call was Archibald's assignment. Okay. I guess that's that then. I cannot believe I did not see it. Blinded by my own trust. When I look back now, the clues were there, staring me in the face. I spent my time chasing connections between the guests. Their motives and agendas were more than enough to raise suspicions, but while distracted by them, I failed to notice the one absent member of the household. What I still cannot grasp is why... Really? You cannot understand why. How can you not understand why? The why is so obvious, Poirot. I promised myself that after that fateful day in the capital I would not let my judgment steer me adrift, but once again it is I left looking the fool. There's nothing more that can be done tonight. I must at least try to rest my head in preparation for confronting Mademoiselle Elizabeth in the morning. Poirot is so dense! He's so dense! I mean, I get that this is like his first case and things, like first proper murder cases on his own. So he's not supposed to be the Poirot that we know, but come on. Oh, I couldn't possibly know what the motive she would have. It's not like she just lost someone that she cared for greatly in an accident that the Major was greatly behind and involved in. No. What in the world? Has an elephant escaped and made its way to the second floor? It sounded as though it was coming directly from above me. But that is the storage room. Ooh, is it time that we finally find the secret room? The secret room that has been hinted about? Let's go snooping. Poirot is barely above Hastings at this level currently. It was above your room, so it has to be over here. That is the Major's bedroom. This is the storeroom. Oh, we figured out which one is our room at least. Why would Monsieur Sterling be in here, clattering around in the dead of night? That is obvious. Archibald is up in the middle of the night making some amount of noise. Must find out the extent of his behavior. I'd say that's fairly obvious. We will however talk to him.
Mr. Sterling.
Oh, Detective, I was just...
Please, I eagerly await to hear what reason you give for being in the storage room at this hour.
A butler's job is never...
I am no fool, monsieur. You have spun enough stories this weekend.
Honestly, Detective, you don't trust anyone.
And with good reason.
My patience has all but run out. What are you doing in here?
I've been thinking about my time with the family.
I often think on fond memories, but it does not take me to a storage room in the middle of the night.
There are many memories held within these walls. I just wanted to see them again.
Monsieur Sterling sounds as though he has plans on leaving the house. It sounded as though you were moving furniture in here.
I didn't realize the noise I was making.
Obviously. Were you preoccupied looking for another of the Major's medals?
Of course not. I already explained.
No, monsieur. You attempted to dupe me again into believing one of your stories.
Please, Detective. I know you know how it ended up in my possession. I was just trying to get some extra money together to send home. I can't lose this job. If Lady Van den Bosch found out...
Theft of a medal would be the very least of your problems.
You have done nothing but deceive and abuse your position in the house. Both you and Mademoiselle Rihanna risk your freedom to help Elizabeth.
You never let on. How long have you known it was her?
Monsieur, I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only show my hand when I deem it necessary.
You will be taking her away then?
She will stand trial for what she has done.
But you don't know the full story. She is just a servant in this house. If she is arrested, that will be the end for her.
If Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed, she will surely be found innocent.
Okay, now you're being naive, Poirot. No one's gonna care she's a servant who killed someone of the higher classes. But, oh well. You have done nothing but deceive and abuse your position in the house.
Deceive? I'm sorry that I lied to you about the medal.
Even when confronted, Mr. Sterling still remains steadfast and refuses to acknowledge what he has done.
Would you care to explain the fake telephone call? It was purely for my benefit, no?
Why would I fake a telephone call?
The same reason that Mademoiselle Rihanna dressed in the Major's jacket in the snow. To allow not only the guests, but me to believe the Major was still alive.
Oh, true. That is very Poirot.
I didn't kill him, Detective.
I know, monsieur. But I also know that you helped the one that did to cover their tracks.
It wasn't like that. We were just trying to help. She had no part in it.
You have still not explained what you were doing in here.
The Major's military storage box.
The one that stored his medals.
Amongst other things, yes.
And those other things are?
I had to protect her. If you found it when searching the study, you would have carted her off then and there.
Whatever it is you have hidden, it will not remain that way for much longer.
Mr. Sterling is obviously hiding something. I should perhaps conduct my own search for it instead of relying on his cryptic messages.
I need a moment.
Okay, let's have a look. Whoop. Detached saint carving.
Huh.
One of the many saints carvings from around the house, abandoned in a box. Why is this saint's carving in here? But I can't look at it any further. That's the only thing I can interact with. Okay, let's see. Hid items. Asked about the detached saint carving.
I must take a different approach.
One of the secrets may be in the hidden room. The secrets are connected to the saint.
Another success.
There we go. The detached carving may relate to a door in this room. It will explain Archibald's presence. Secret room accessible within the storage room. And that is where he hid things.
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Archibald must have hidden items in the secret room. I presume this exists within here, somewhere. Okay, now I can inspect the room looking for the hidden door. I'm assuming it's behind this. Ah, a hidden room. It seems there are more secrets in this house to discover. Okay, let's see. Military service box.
Oh.
The Major's military service box. It contains letters and keepsakes. But we're not looking at any of them. An expensive lighter.
Oh.
An expensive looking lighter. It looks to have, unfortunately, been through a war. Come, my little grey cells. I believe we already know something about this mystery. I mean, yes, we do. A letter. The last will and testament of the late Viscount. It seems he truly loved Angeline. Last will and testament. Declaration. I declare that I, Viscount Edwin van der Busch, am of sound mind. This last will express my wishes with undue influence or duress. Without undue influence or duress. Article 1. In the event of my death, I hereby appoint my wife, Cassandra van der Busch, as the executor of the van der Busch estate, and I leave the remaining wealth held in the van der Busch name to my only daughter, Angeline van der Busch. Any outstanding debts, expenses of my last illness, funeral expenses, and administration costs are to be paid from the van der Busch account at the National Bank of Belgium. To my daughter Angelina, you are the apple of my eye and the brightest star in the sky. Never allow your light to fade for even a moment. To my wife Cassandra, thank you for the many joyous years. We have laughed, we have loved, and we have brought the most precious of gifts into this world together. I trust that you will protect her and prepare her for a future full of opportunity and hope. Viscount Edwin van der Busch. Signed by Monsieur Victor Bourgeau and Petit Solicitors. And a military knife. I prestigious looking knife, likely belonging to the Major. Okay, that seems to be everything. Let's see. Okay, so we have the lighter, which has some unrecognizable symbols. Really? Oh, a red rose. Huh. Well used. The standard contain a war map, an empty canteen. Otherwise, it appears to be a standard military box. The Major's lighter. No.
Must act on thought and...
Informal letter. The Major was building his militia. The Major contacted old friends. Dishonorable discharge. The Major's questionable actions during the war resulted in him being discharged from the army. The Major is not receiving a pension. The Major's reckless action led to the removal of his pension. Did losing his pension affect his overall financial situation? The Major killed prisoners of war. The reason for the Major's discharge, and an act he must not be proud of. I presume he wouldn't want this secret to become public. Can I look at that? Because we never saw it. There. Discharge under other than honorable conditions. This is to certify that Major Felix Hagen has been discharged from the British Army in consequence of crimes against humanity during a period of war. Additional detail, while serving overseas, a number of prisoners of war was being held under the authority and supervision of Major Felix Hagen. While in his care, the prisoners were executed, an insubordination act that disobeyed direct orders. His actions has been deemed in direct violation of the British Army's values and ethics, and consequently, Major Felix Hagen has been withdrawn from his position and will return to England. Major Felix Hagen is to renounce all responsibility of his rank, return any and all uniform, and will return to civilian life. Pension due to be received from the British Army will hereby be revoked, and any benefit are to be stopped with immediate effect. Okay. Well, that would definitely explain why he's in a poor financial state. Now, to figure out how to connect these things. Rose engraving on the knife as well. So I'm assuming we connect the rose engraving to the unrecognizable symbol.
What a revelation!
This lighter must belong to the Major. The army symbol all but confirms this. But don't I already have this in my possession? A military lighter from the garden?
Some would say a lucky guess. I would say a moment of genius.
The lighter I found in the military box is certainly the Major's, meaning the other one is not. The lighter from the garden wasn't the Major. Talk to Archibald about this part. Now the other part though. I mean, this just again reforms that the Major, the people that he would be contacting, would not particularly be very good people. For sure. Let's see. What else? Could it be that the Major killed prisoners of wars? The Major was building his militia?
Come, my
no.
Grace Alice.
Too obvious, too on your nose there. Let's see. Do I just need to connect this as the murder weapon because of the bloodstains? Is that it?
Beginning to become clearer.
Again, that I assumed was too obvious. I gotta stop assuming things. If I keep assuming things, I'm never gonna solve this. The murder weapon has been found. Elizabeth must have used this in the study. Talk to Archibald again. Well, we're solving the murder.
There is no use lying anymore.
No, there really isn't. When I inspected the garden yesterday, I found a lighter I assumed belonged to the Major.
He always had his regiment lighter that he received in the war on his person.
And yet, it was not his regiment emblem that was engraved on it.
My father's. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You still have it, Detective.
Monsieur, you have stashed evidence, manipulated a crime scene, obscured my investigation, and yet it is a lighter that you worry about most?
If it is my path to end up behind bars for what I have done, so be it. It is Elizabeth that you cannot allow to be locked up without the truth being told. I have heard how you fought for that young maid before. Florette, is it? I only ask that you do the same for Elizabeth.
Although the cases differ greatly in severity, I can envision the similarities in how Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be treated by those in position of authority or social standing even before she is trialed. It is my oath as an officer of the law to uphold justice and fairness. Mademoiselle must be given the chance to prove her innocence before the courts as any other suspect. The absent murder weapon.
You found it.
Even the secret area that has been created here is not concealed enough to stop Detective Hercule Poirot.
I couldn't just leave it at the scene for you to find.
The Major was killed by his own knife. The knife that protected his life during the war would eventually be the one that ended it.
It was in his holster when he attacked her. He had hold of her arm. What else was she meant to use to get him off of her?
I cannot imagine the Major would have given his knife up easily. She must have been in close proximity to reach it. Perhaps he did attack her as she claims.
She didn't plan any of it, Detective. She was only defending herself.
That is what Mademoiselle told you?
She did, and I believe her. You think you knew the Major, but you had no idea. He was a monster and had more secrets than all of us combined.
Oh, I don't doubt he was a monster.
That may be true, but that does not excuse what she has done.
Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. If a man like that had attacked me the way he did Lizzie, I would have done a lot worse to him.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth had told Monsieur Sterling a version of the events that suggests she was attacked by the Major. I struggle to believe that she would make such a story up. But then I also did not believe she could do such a thing as commit murder.
I need a moment.
Let's see. Let's see. Archibald claims the Major attacked Elizabeth. Let's see. The plaster thingy. Is that available? No. Darn it, I was gonna connect that to the punch in the wall. I was sure that was gonna be the thing to prove that he indeed attacked her. If that's not it, Archibald was in the garden? But wait, if he's in the garden, then is he the one pretending to be the Major? I thought we established that that was the cook. Oh, is it because, again, as we suggested yesterday, that the murder weapon would be thrown out the window? So he was out there collecting the murder weapon so that we wouldn't find it.
Magnifique.
If the only thing I found was Archibald's lighter, he must have collected something else. What else did Archibald collect from the garden? He collected the murder weapon.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
So we were right when we were searching through the snow for the murder weapon, it's just someone had already picked it up. Archibald dropped the murder weapon from the window, collected it, and then hid it in the secret room. Then we talked to Archibald again.
There is no use lying anymore.
It was you that I saw in the garden that night.
When you asked me yesterday about seeing someone out there, I thought the game was up.
That does not explain what you were doing out there.
When Lizzie took me to the study, the knife was still in the Major's chest, and I knew I had to get rid of it. I dropped it out of the window, knowing no one would be going outside. It was fine for the time being, but I couldn't risk it being found when the snow melted.
So you collected it under the cover of darkness and stowed it away in here where you thought no one would find it.
After your questioning in the pantry, I knew you were onto something, and I couldn't leave it here.
And where did you plan on moving it to?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay, that unlocked a new conversation. Collecting the item and hiding it to save Elizabeth. He must truly want to protect her from the law.
There is no use lying anymore.
And one last question. Why?
Why what? Why I would risk everything to help Lizzie?
Exactement.
Because she is family. If you were in that position, you would do the same.
I can assure you, monsieur, that I would not.
Then perhaps that says something about you, Detective. I would do anything for her. For any of my staff.
Even if it means crossing the boundaries of the law?
Without question.
The lengths that Mr. Sterling would go to protect someone he considers family is admirable. But when those lengths break the very laws that are in place to protect the innocent, they cannot be ignored. I ask that once your morning duties to the ladies of the house are complete, Mademoiselle Rihanna and yourself wait in the staff quarters.
Aye, Detective. But please, you have to help Lizzie. It was all an accident. She doesn't deserve to spend the rest of her days behind bars because of that man.
Let's see, 1920s Belgium. Would it be prison or would it be a death penalty at that point? I don't know when Belgium decided to get rid of the death penalty, if they ever had it. Oh well, I'm assuming at one point they had it.
If she is put behind bars, it is because that is what the courts have decided upon.
I think they got rid of it fairly early, so I think at this point it would just be behind bars.
Detective, you can't be so cruel.
It is not cruelty, monsieur. It is the law.
I think Belgium got that very early. Huh. That's gonna bother me now. After all these further revelations, my mind is as busy as Monsieur Goulet's chocolate shop. I have all of the pieces of the puzzle to deduct why Elizabeth killed the Major. Now I must allow my little grey cells to put them together. No, I'm gonna have to look that up. It's gonna bother me if not. Let's see. Okay, was it... Whoa! Okay, never mind. I was way off. I was way off. It wasn't formally abolished until 1996, however it wasn't performed since the 1950s, so technically she could very much still have had to pay for her life. '96 is late, But again, when it hasn't been in use since the 1950s, it tends to be just one of those things that you forget to remove. After finding those documents in the hidden room, things are starting to fall into place as to why Elizabeth may have killed him. Let's see. Well, we have... He paid because he didn't want it to be known that he had killed prisoners of war.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
This information would have destroyed her reputation if unveiled. A strong motive for blackmail. The Major was being blackmailed over war crimes. The Major is not receiving a pension, therefore the Major was in the bad financial state.
Another success. I never doubted myself.
The Major's financial struggles must have left him in need for a source of income. Who could the Major have turned to in his time of need? Desperate for a well-paid job. That's why he turned to Ernesto.
What a revelation.
The Major needed a job to go ahead. It was the only way to guarantee money in his pocket. What could he do to ensure the job would be complete? So he needed to get the job done. So he... Where was the thing? Where was the thing about the people who he connected? There. But that's all the way over there, really? I mean, that makes certain how he could get the job done. But maybe I don't need to put those two together. Let's see. Security attacked first. I mean, I know where the end is. Like, I know what I need to achieve. I'm just not certain on how to get there. Really? You think the job and then the honorable discharge?
Come, my little Grey Cells. We must think logically.
Because that happened long ago. I mean, he needs to ensure the job is done, so he goes and hires his less than morally uphold previous contacts. And they then go and start the security attack first, thereby killing Luke. But how to get there? That's the problem. I don't think connecting these two is gonna work.
I must take a different approach if I am...
How to do this? How to do this? Then I need to end up down here with Elizabeth as the murderer eventually, but that's not now. Like the war map, this thing, I don't think I need to do anything about. I don't think it's relevant. Already covered this bit. So clearly now I'm moving towards these two. But connecting it all is the problem. Just needed to ensure the job was done. Oh, or could I go... The Major needed to ensure the job was done, so security attacked first?
Some would say a lucky guess.
There we go.
Say a moment of genius.
There we go. To ensure his payment, the Major must have ordered the attack at the strikes. What were the consequences of the Major ordering the first attack? Well, that was that Luke died.
Magnifique.
The Major's actions unfortunately led to the death of Luke, and all for greed. Who would have been most affected by this? I mean, Rihanna would be greatly affected, but Elizabeth would be even more so.
I should not be surprised by my own skills of deduction.
Elizabeth has probably lost more than anyone else involved. She may have sought her revenge. Elizabeth doesn't seem like the vengeful type, but all the signs are pointing to her seeking revenge for her beloved Luke. That is a motive, however, if she's being attacked, that wouldn't make sense. If I'm to confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth, I must be at my best and my little grey cells at their most alert. It's time to at least try and rest. Okay. I have no time to wallow in my lack of sleep. I must confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth and hopefully finally know the truth of what took place.
Detective Poirot, I'm glad you're awake.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. It has certainly not been a night of peaceful sleep. There is something that we must discuss.
Please, Detective, I'm not sure I can take any more surprises like last night.
Oh, you might be a bit surprised.
I'm afraid this may be the most upsetting of them all.
You have found Felix's killer, haven't you?
I have. And the guilty party will certainly come as a shock.
I don't know, she might even already know. I take no great pleasure in telling you this, mademoiselle.
Detective, please.
It was Mademoiselle Elizabeth that was behind the Major's death.
You must be mistaken. Elizabeth could not do such a thing.
I assure you I am not. It is something I spent much of last night deliberating. When you spoke of the telephone lines being out of order, it made me question the conversation I thought I had heard Monsieur Sterling make with the Major before connecting the call to him.
But it hasn't been working all weekend.
Exactement, mademoiselle. That is when I knew I had once again been lied to.
On my way to speaking with Mr. Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna, I met Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
She was meant to be resting in the staff quarters. She has not been well.
I am afraid that was yet another lie, orchestrated to keep her from incriminating herself.
Why would you think that, Detective?
I only managed a few words with her before we were quite abruptly interrupted by Monsieur Sterling.
I must admit, he has a habit of speaking over the other staff.
It was much more than merely disturbing our conversation. It was done with the intention to prevent Mademoiselle saying something that she should not.
So, Elizabeth killed Felix, and then Archibald helped her cover it up?
In its simplest form, oui. I have heard it directly from the horse's mouth.
You heard it directly from the horse's mouth that he helped to cover it up, not that Elizabeth killed him.
You have spoken with Elizabeth already? Did she admit to it?
Not Elizabeth, but Monsieur Sterling.
Were you not woken last night by the tremendous amount of noise coming from the storage room?
I wasn't. What were you doing in there, Detective?
It was Monsieur Sterling that I found in there. I was taken by some surprise to hear anyone awake at that hour.
What on earth was he doing?
He claimed he was merely reminiscing of his time with the family.
You don't believe him?
It did not take long for me to uncover the truth of why he was there, and the location of the Major's murder weapon.
Did you know of the hiding area within the storage room?
Hidden area?
A room that held all of the Major's secrets.
I had no idea. Did you discover the reason for his blackmail?
I did. Were you aware he was dishonorably discharged from the army?
Dishonorably? What does that mean?
I will not hide the truth from Mademoiselle, but I will try and be as delicate as possible with the news of the Major's prior actions. I'm sure you are aware of Mr. Zachariah's troubles he faces from his time in the war.
Yes, Gideon told me about the conversation you had. It is really quite upsetting.
Zachariah was adamant of the Major's cruelty during the war, but the extent was not known until now. He killed a number of prisoners, men that were friends of Zachariah.
Surely not. He would not do such a thing. They must have been trying to escape.
I am afraid not. They were in fact unarmed.
Oh, detective.
It is the reason he was discharged, denied his military pension, and I believe the reason he fled England.
He had been such an important part of my life for so long, but I feel like I hardly knew him.
Mr. Sterling was adamant of Mademoiselle Elizabeth's innocence.
Innocence? You said it was she that killed him.
It was her hand that held the knife, but he was quite insistent it happened in self-defense.
Yeah, that's it's a bit of a rough thing to learn about. Yeah, you thought your dad was this Viscount. That sure he did some bad dealings and everything, but you know, he cared for you, he played with you. That's what she remembers it about. So they were playing hide and seek and being a very lovable, caring dad. Now your uncle, who was a war criminal, he is your real dad. Ooh, it's gonna be a rough day.
In all of the years I have known her, she has barely even raised her voice. I cannot believe she would do something like that out of malice.
Ay.
The whole truth cannot be known until Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told her story.
I allowed my perception of her character to conceal any thoughts of her involvement. It seems I'm not the only one. The time has come to confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth.
Will you allow me to be present?
I think that is an excellent idea. I hope your presence will calm her and will perhaps allow her to speak more freely.
Please, detective. I know she has done a terrible thing, but I beg of you to give her the time to explain herself.
I will offer Mademoiselle Elizabeth the fair trial that she deserves, as I would with any suspect.
Thank you, Detective Poirot.
Would you bring Mademoiselle Elizabeth to the study, where we will not be disturbed?
Of course. I'll find her immediately.
Okay, so we're doing this in the study. I believe what Mr. Sterling has already told me about the events that occurred between Mademoiselle Elizabeth and the Major. I do not believe she would have had to do what she did if she had not attacked her or pushed her to the point where she feared for her life. I must listen to her story, the truth, and only then can her punishment be determined.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, merci for joining us.
Miss Angeline said you requested to see me urgently.
We have some serious matters to discuss, and I would like to waste no further time.
Oh, yes, Detective.
You know, Poirot, judge, jury, the whole court system in one there. How are you feeling, mademoiselle?
Still not quite myself.
I was surprised when Monsieur Sterling hurried you to assist Madame van den Bosch last night.
I should not have avoided my duties for so long. The house does not stop because I'm feeling a little under the weather.
That is true, but you cannot be expected to complete all your tasks if you are not in the right frame of mind.
Honestly, Detective, it was best for me to not sit and wallow anymore.
My investigation has taken me down many paths this weekend.
Have you been able to uncover who the blackmailer is?
The blackmailer's identity has been established, and they will pay the price for their crimes.
Wonderful news, Detective. You can put it all behind you now. You must be thrilled.
Indeed.
I would not say thrilled. knowing that such a close friend has betrayed us.
Mademoiselle is correct. What I have learned over this weekend is that people are not always as they appear. While they may give an impression of being a friend or ally, they can in fact be something completely different.
And, what of the Major's killer?
Well, mademoiselle, that is why I have asked you here now.
I posed the question to all of the guests what their thoughts on the Major was. Now I extend that question to you.
I'm not quite sure what you want me to say, Detective.
Your honest opinion is all I ask, and, s'il te plaît, do not hold back. No one else felt it necessary.
We only spoke when there was something in the house to be done. We did not speak of interests or pastimes.
You knew of his work with Monsieur de Silva?
I only know what is required of me to know, and that is very little.
But you were aware of his work as security at Monsieur de Silva's factory.
I was.
The factory your beloved Luke worked at before he was cruelly taken from this world.
Yes, Detective.
I understand Luke was not only involved in the strikes, but was on the front line.
Yes, that is where he spent his last moments. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow workers.
The resulting riots were a terrible tragedy, one that I hope we will not have to see or experience again. Something that could have been avoided had the Major and his team done what was required of them.
Nobody deserved to die that day. Not my Luke.
Do you blame the Major for his death?
Detective, what kind of question is that?
It is a straightforward one. Mademoiselle, if there is something you wish to tell me, now is that time.
I'm sorry, Detective, I just don't know how to answer it.
Let us consider what we know of the Major. He fronted the militia that attacked the workers at the strike. You were aware of this? You finally had someone to blame for Luke's death. Someone conveniently located in the same house, alone in his study.
No, Detective. It wasn't like that.
Tell me what happened with the Major on the evening of his death.
I was only in here trying to prove what I heard Mr. Beckers say. I was going to report him, I swear. Miss Angeline, you believe me, don't you?
I want to. I am still trying to understand it all myself. Why don't you start from the beginning?
I was delivering Miss Angeline's dress to her room when I heard Mr. Beckers arguing with the Major in his study. They were ever so loud. I thought the whole house would have been listening to what they were saying. Mr. Beckers was talking about the factory strikes and how it was the Major's fault. He told him that if he didn't own up to his crimes, he would go to the newspapers.
I cannot imagine the Major would have taken kindly to Monsieur Becker's threat.
He didn't. He called him some rather uncouth names before Mr. Beckers left and went downstairs. I made sure to keep out of sight. After the altercation between the Major and Master Gideon, you went to speak with him outside, and I thought I could look around his study without anyone knowing. I had to know for sure. If it was true, he deserved to be held accountable.
And did you find the proof you are looking for?
I found a payment from Mr. De Silva, but there was nothing incriminating about that. I was so nervous. I felt like my heart was beating out of my chest.
And then you saw the blackmail note.
I recognized the writing on the envelope. I couldn't believe it. How could he do such a thing to Angeline? To the family that had taken him in?
Oh, she believed he was the blackmailer.
Common sense would determine the Major was another victim of the blackmailer.
If I'd have used common sense, I wouldn't have been snooping around alone in his study in the first place. I heard the footsteps in the hall, and before I could move, the Major was standing in front of me, demanding to know why I was going through his belongings without permission. I tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came out, and when he saw the letter in my hand, it was like Dr. Jekyll turning into Mr. Hyde. I tried to move around him towards the door, but he hurled something towards me and it crashed against the wall.
That would explain the damage to the wall.
I froze. I have never been so scared in all my life. I thought he was going to kill me there and then.
And you thought you would beat him to it?
Oh, Detective, you make it sound as though I had it all planned. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the arm. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. His grip just got tighter and tighter. If only you had seen the look in his eyes, I dared not even scream. I saw the sheath on his belt. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to hurt him, but he wouldn't let go of me.
So you took your opportunity to put an end to it all.
I just wanted to get him off me. I didn't want to hurt him. I reached for it and I jabbed it at him. His grip instantly loosened and I ran straight out the door and didn't look back.
You did not even look to see what state you had left him in?
She had just been attacked, Detective.
Oh. Could he technically... No, there was only one stab wound. There was only one stab wound, so that should have killed him.
Oui, please. Continue.
I ran down to the pantry looking for Rahana. She took one look at me and knew something was wrong. I explained to her what had happened and she went to find Archie. She said he would know what to do. We went back to the study and he was still lying there, motionless. Archie said that no one would believe me. That if someone like me killed someone like him, I would be sent straight to the gallows. He left the letter so you would find it. He said that if people knew what the Major was really like, then they wouldn't care what happened to him.
So I am to believe that it was Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that cleaned the scene and orchestrated a plan that included a fake telephone call and dressing as the Major so that he may be seen. You had nothing to do with that.
I swear I had no idea that is what they had done. Archie just told me to stay out of sight. I am no master criminal.
Then Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna will be charged for obstruction of justice and impeding my investigation.
Okay.
Please, Detective. They were only trying to help me.
If they wished to help you, they should have brought all of this to my attention immediately instead of committing more illegal acts.
Surely you haven't forgotten what happened with Florette. She was only accused of stealing a bracelet. I killed a man.
It is a day I have not forgotten, mademoiselle, even for a moment.
Without your help, I don't stand a chance. Please, Detective Poirot, you are the only one that can help me.
Oh, Elizabeth, why didn't you come to me?
I didn't think you would believe me. I felt so guilty. And when it was announced yesterday that he was a victim of the blackmailer, I wanted to tell you everything. I came to find you last night, Detective, but Archie stopped me. I'm sorry.
Come, my little grey cell, let's solve this mystery. Okay, wait, let's do the conversation first.
Oh, yes, Detective.
The Major's missing knife?
I don't know where it is.
If you have been honest with me until now, I ask that you continue.
I'm sorry, I really don't know. Archie dropped it out of the study window and he said he would deal with it. I couldn't bear to touch the thing.
I have the knife in my possession, and I believe that from Mademoiselle's reaction, she does not know what became of it. She's unaware of the efforts that Mr. Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna went to mask that what she had done. Mr. Sterling was not lying when he said he would do anything for her.
I need a moment.
Right, then to the map we go. Okay, there's one thing in here that's supposed to be the big thing. Let's see. Where is it? Single stab wound, bruises to his face. There is just one wound. But the purple bruises on his face, did he He didn't really have purple bruises when he got punched. Could someone have done that to him afterwards? Or am I just overthinking it? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Probably. Well, this was looking proof of the strike. Cullis entered the room was unobstructed indeed. Elizabeth stabbed the Major when he wouldn't let her go. So connect that to why?
This will not get me any closer to my goal.
Really? I'd say that explains the why, and the why is the only thing we haven't connected. Connect that with defensive strike?
The pieces of the puzzle are finally coming together.
Elizabeth's story confirms Margot's claim that Major's death was the result of a defensive strike. Finally, I've solved the case of the Major's murder. I must admit I take no joy in declaring Mademoiselle Elizabeth as the killer, and I wish she had never been put in such a position at all. Okay. There we go. That's everything done.
Oh, yes, Detective.
Merci, Mademoiselle. S'il vous plaît, wait in my room.
Please, I was only protecting myself. I didn't want to hurt him. He just wouldn't let me go.
Oui, mademoiselle. I know. Mademoiselle tells quite the harrowing story.
I cannot imagine the Major acting in such a way, but Elizabeth could not make up such a story.
After learning what I have about the Major's character this weekend, I would not question the lengths he would go to in order to keep his secret hidden. I know that you share a close bond with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, but you cannot allow your personal feelings to taint your belief of what took place.
She has committed a terrible crime, but she will live with that for the rest of her life. She is not a cold-blooded killer.
If what she says of the Major's attack is true, she acted in self-defense. And in the law's eyes, a crime has not been committed. I will do everything I can to make sure her story is heard and a fair trial is conducted.
I believe the version of the events that Mademoiselle Elizabeth has confessed to are true. The Major having fallen into a fit of rage as the prospect of his sordid secrets coming to light, he attacked the young Mademoiselle and brought her to do what she had to do to protect herself. She put herself in a dangerous position, but there is a small part of me that commends the duty she felt to find justice for her beloved and the other workers that lost their lives at the Major's order. If the telephone line is now working, I must call in my findings. With the remaining snow, it may still be some time before they arrive.
Mademoiselle, it is time I addressed the house.
I mean, yes. Angeline is too deep into this, even if she doesn't know exactly how deep she is.
What if they do not listen?
It's time for the parlor scene.
I can assure you, they will.
It's definitely parlor scene time.
She's just a servant. What if they...
Mademoiselle, when Detective Poirot speaks, they will listen. Would you ask the guests to convene in the library?
Of course. And what of the staff?
I have told Monsieur Sterling to remain in the staff quarters with the others. When the authorities arrive, they shall be dealt with. You have been of great help to me throughout my investigation, and now that it is over, I have one final request.
You only need to ask.
While I am speaking with the guests in the library, would you watch over Mademoiselle Elizabeth in my room?
You don't think she will try and escape, do you?
In her position, I do not know what she might try. But I trust with you there, any potential ideas of such a thing will be squashed.
Okay, let's see. Let's do this parlor scene. Not quite sure what I aim to achieve with this, but I'm assuming it is to
Detective,
Make
you have
everyone
spent
believe the
more
story.
time making us sit and wait for you than anything else.
Madame van den Bosch, if you think I have spent my time focused on anything besides uncovering the Major's killer, you are sorely mistaken.
I'm sure you will be eager to share your findings with us then.
All in good time, Madame. Firstly, to understand the truth of what has occurred this weekend, one must know the timeline of events that not only preceded the Major's death, but succeeded.
We are all well aware of what happened before, Detective. You can save your breath.
Oh, really?
You are only aware of what the guilty parties wanted you to believe. But now I shall apprise you to the true events. The reason for us all being here, you know. The altercation between Monsieur Demire and the Major, you know. The body of Monsieur Hagen was found while we were all sat enjoying a most delicious meal. That you also know. But what was kept from us all was that his body lay on the study floor for far longer than was thought.
It was that servant. She found him.
S'il te plaît, monsieur. It was indeed young Inga that found the Major's body lying lifeless in the study.
So it was her.
Monsieur, I will not allow for any further interruptions. I return to the Major's body. If we are to believe the scene that we were presented with, the Major must have been killed during the first course of our meal, a meal that none of you left, even for a moment. Speaking in the evening,
Indeed, accusing
you
the
all confirmed
one character for
another's
being a bit too
alibis,
fond of hearing
and
his
although
own
there was
voice
doubt
and
in
then
the
shutting him
validity
down
of
for
some,
interrupting
I confirm
Poirot's own
that they
monologue.
were indeed all true.
Bit
What
on the
I could
nose
not
there.
understand was how a man came to be found dead, and every guest accounted for at the time of death. That is until I questioned the latter. Monsieur Beckers, I shall now allow you to speak. You saw the Major smoking a cigar in the snow. Is that true?
It is.
False. You saw what you were meant to see. Someone in the Major's coat standing outside, giving the illusion that the Major was still very much alive. Monsieur da Silva, on the afternoon of the Major's death, do you recall hearing a telephone ring?
Now that you mention it, I have not heard a single ring all weekend.
Correct. The telephone lines have been down for the duration of our stay, meaning the telephone call that was received and promptly directed to the Major's study was yet another act of trickery and deceit. But it did not end there. When I entered the study for the first time, it was obvious someone had already been there and falsified the scene to stage a burglary and clear away important evidence, including the murder weapon. What followed was an investigation that had already been hindered. But even those lengths were not enough to derail me for long.
I think we have all had enough of your self-praise, Detective. Perhaps you would like to tell us who killed him now?
For once, I agree with Cassandra.
Madame, as I'm sure you would expect, it is not as simple as that. What many of you do not know is the discussion that was had between the Major and Monsieur Beckers earlier that day.
What has that got to do with anything? I told you I didn't kill him.
That I know to be true. What you do not know is that it was not only his ears that heard your spoken words.
I hope you are not implying I had something to do with it.
No, madame, there was another. Mademoiselle Elizabeth. You are all aware that the Major was hired by Monsieur da Silva to front the security during the workers' strikes. What very few of you know is that it was the Major's order that instigated the vicious attacks on those unarmed men and resulted in numerous deaths, including Mademoiselle Elizabeth's fiancé, Luc. Monsieur Beckers confronted the Major, declaring that he was to hand himself in. That is what Mademoiselle Elizabeth overheard. Now, knowing the truth, she waited until the Major was away from his study. After he stepped outside following the confrontation with Monsieur Demire's fist, it looked to be the perfect opportunity, or so she thought. The Major returned and found her looking for the proof she required to hand him over to the authorities.
If the maid bumped him off, why hasn't she been arrested?
The events that followed in the study are not those of a cold-blooded murder, but one of a young girl that had no other option but to protect her own life.
Sounds to me, Detective, like you have taken a shine to this young girl and would rather protest her innocence than arrest her for murder, the crime she has committed.
Jeez, this is gonna make for a juicy story.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, really?
I ask you this. You have seen the Major's anger before, oui?
What if I have?
How do you think he would have reacted if someone was to find proof that he had committed a terrible act, and that if made public, would surely result in his incarceration? Exactement.
It is quite the story you have told, Detective, but all I have heard is that Elizabeth overheard a conversation blaming the Major for her fiancé's death, and she murdered him in revenge. A servant killing a man that is as revered as he was. She will face the noose.
I am not denying that a man has lost his life, but it is not the crime of murder that you all believe. While the Major did not deserve to die in such a way, it was his actions towards Mademoiselle Elizabeth that drove her to defend herself in any way she could. Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be punished, but we will let the law decide the severity of her punishment.
She has played you like a fiddle, Detective, acting the innocent victim. She will be arrested and hanged for her crime, like every other cold-blooded killer.
Here.
Give her what she deserves.
The girl has got to pay for what she's done.
Okay, so I guess this is where I have to start. I could not have been clearer with what occurred in the Major study. They have all forgotten their own perceptions of the Major, and the terrible crime he has committed, and what he has done to them all in one way or another. Cannot allow for Mademoiselle Elizabeth's sentence to be negatively influenced by those in the house. I must help them see how their past actions have led to these unfortunate circumstances and losses of life. Perhaps I should remind them all of their participation in not only the workers' strike, but the resulting riots.
Those of you that are calling for the hanging of Mademoiselle Elizabeth, have you forgotten the roles you played? Your actions have been far from innocent.
Look, Detective, I see where you are going with this, but it's not going to work. So maybe the strikes were down to De Silva and Becker's. But don't try and drag me into their mistakes.
Mademoiselle Conrad, if you are so confident of your innocence,
okay, let's see.
Perhaps we should begin with you.
Convincing Mademoiselle Conrad to admit to her involvement will be no easy feat. She is strong-minded and has deflected questions in the past. Perhaps a more aggressive approach is in order. Okay, so if you want an aggressive approach, let's go straight with j'accuse. You would do almost anything for a headline, n'est-ce pas?
You don't need to imply it's only me that does. Ask any of my journalists, they'll say the same.
Okay. That didn't
Even
get
if
me
in
much.
the process people are hurt. You knew the situation surrounding the strikes, and only sought to swell the anger in people and create further chaos.
Okay.
Mademoiselle, you so often have something to say. Now is not the time for silence.
You really are delusional. Maybe you should just keep your theories and claims to yourself.
Forceful? You use others for your own agenda, not considering the repercussions. I do not know of any fields that would sacrifice the lives of others for gain. Forceful. Shaming ain't gonna work.
You obviously have no idea what goes on in my world. I would say stick to honest police work, but it seems that it's not in your field either.
You have allowed others to fall while you walk proudly across their backs.
Look, it's...
Mademoiselle, I do not have time for your excuses. Do you wish to state your direct involvement, or should I?
It's not... Okay, fine. Yes, the story was going nowhere. There was a deal on the table, and it was going to be done and dusted. Everything you said is true. I wanted the story. The scoop that would have blown the others out of the water. I never wanted anyone to get hurt, but I can see what I did wasn't right. I didn't think you had this side in you. I can see now why Angeline asked for you personally. You're not like other cops. It's clear it's the law and doing the right thing through and through with you. If you say it was self-defense, I believe you.
We can't just forget what that girl has done. It's not Jackie's fault, or any of ours, that she decided to do what she did.
Well, Hugo, I guess you're next.
Monsieur Beckers, you are the last person I expected to defend Mademoiselle Conrad. We talked only last night, and correct me if I am wrong, but you have already declared the role you played. To me, at least.
Yes, we talked. It's just not fair of you to attack Jackie like that, putting words in her mouth until she succumbs to your plan.
I know enough of Mr. Beckers to know that pushing him will not yield the results I need. Playing the role of an ally may be the best way to approach him. So in that case, I guess direct more than cynical? Even as the leader of the union, you were swayed by one that had no part in any union dealings? Ooh, sounds harsh, but sure.
Detective, I'm afraid you're misunderstood. That is not how it was. It was not my intention for things to escalate as they did. I could not have predicted that would happen.
Okay. You couldn't have, huh?
Jackie was documenting everything to do with the strikes. She wanted our story to be heard and wanted to know how I was handling the negotiations.
And they were handled by yourself?
Naturally. If I cannot handle simple negotiations, I am not fit to be in the position I am in.
Oh, I want to be sarcastic. I think forceful might be the more correct one, but I want to be sarcastic, damn it. You take great pride in your work. Are you proud of the decisions made during the strikes?
I was only pushing
right.
for what my men deserved, what they
Bonus.
needed. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Detective. Surely you must know that. Nothing is ever simple, Detective. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone.
I understand that you may not wish such detail presented in front of your fellow guests, but for justice to prevail, the whole truth must be known.
You're right, Detective. I have tried so hard to deny my part, but I know only too well that my decisions led to the death of those men. I know I cannot excuse what I've done. I just want you all to know that I am not a hateful or malicious man. I only wanted to prove that I was the right man. I have lived in other shadows for so long. I thought I would be able to finally step into the light and be the one that everyone remembered, not forgot. Monsieur da Silva offered me a deal and I turned it down. I thought I was doing right by the workers, but it was only myself I was thinking about.
What more proof do you need? He said it himself. I made a generous offer to reach a resolution, and he turned his nose up at it.
Oh, it was hardly generous, though. Are we coming to you
It
next?
was not that simple, though.
Yeah, we're coming to you next.
Oui, an offer was made. But Monsieur Beckers and the workers would never have been forced into that position had their working conditions been satisfactory to begin with.
Also a very fair point.
This is outrageous! Do you plan on blaming everyone for doing their jobs? I suppose it makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it?
Although Monsieur de Silvas eventually opened up, he was defensive when we discussed the matter of his blackmail, and that was a private conversation between closed doors. Cannot imagine he will be forthcoming in front of the other guests. He's going to need some convincing to admit his faults. Ooh. Okay. That is less clear as to how to approach than the other two. With the other two, I got very clear rules to play by. He's going to need convincing. Okay, so direct if you were simply doing your job and treating your men fairly, that would not be a strike to talk of. Insulting, I have never heard such a pathetic attempt to justify one's action. The problem stems from you and your decision. I think that's gonna make him dig down further. This should make him to say more, I think. I think this is the right one.
It may be a big deal to you, but I am used to work as not being happy.
That looked like
with
it
something.
flashed red.
And most of the time, that unhappiness is directed at me. When you're in charge of your own factory, you'll understand. I handle the situation the best I could. If you think otherwise, maybe you have proved us all right, that you aren't the great detective you claim to be.
Okay, but I'm still progressing, so it can't have been that wrong. Anything I claim to be is supported by facts and truths. Well, that is a very Poirot, but I don't see how it's gonna help you. Threaten him doesn't seem to work, so straightforward.
You said it. Anonymous. I don't know them, and it
It's
doesn't
flashing
sound
red,
like
but I get to continue. That's really
When
weird.
you have something people want, money, they will do anything, including constructing lies to get their hands on it.
Ah. I am confused.
Monsieur da Silva, you seem to have forgotten our previous conversations.
I recall
This
them
doesn't
just
seem to be
fine,
going too
thank you.
well.
A police officer trying to manipulate facts to fit his own agenda. Shocking.
Forceful. Claims of abuse against your staff and the hiring of a militia. Those are facts that have been twisted to my agenda. Intentional or not, your arrangement with the Major kindled the fire that started the rise. Yes, that is the truth. This is a bit more, you know, we haven't even talked about your staff, so we have no idea to prove that is correct, but this we know.
Do you really think this is the first time blame has fallen at my feet? Although I don't think I have seen someone try so hard before to even convince themselves of what they are saying.
Have you not learnt enough already from having your factories closed? If you have any hope to return to normality, you must admit your faults and accept the repercussions.
I may have been a little harsh with my staff. I only wanted to prepare them for the realities of this world.
Uh-huh.
I was never given the opportunities that they have today, and I succeeded. All they do is demand more and more at the factories and at the house. How am I meant to keep a good profit if every franc is going to them? I offered what I could. I was willing to meet in the middle. But maybe that wasn't enough. Swallowing one's pride is no easy feat. But if it means that a young girl will receive fair judgment, I am prepared to do it.
Merci, monsieur.
Okay,
for your
so it
honesty.
seems to have worked anyway.
Admitting your responsibility is an honorable move.
What now, detective? Is this absurdity going to continue much longer?
Oh, don't get me started on you, lady.
Even after all your attempts, detective, Felix was still murdered. Self-defense or not, she chose to hide what she had done because she knew what she had done was wrong. And she will be punished for it.
It was not choice to hide anything, madame. If in her position, I ask, what would you have done? The Major has already furiously thrown an object at you, barely missing your head, and now has hold of your arm.
I wouldn't have driven a knife into him, that I can tell you for sure. She is no fool. She intended to kill, not to defend.
Madame Van de Bush will be a much greater challenge, but my method of approach has worked with her before. If I'm to sway her into seeing that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other options, I must persuade her that it was the Major's action that drove her to do what she did. Okay, so... She would not buy what anything else says. It'd have to be based on her own experience, because she only listens to her own experiences. You were the closest to the Major. His violent temper cannot come as a surprise.
It's quite presumptuous of you to assume violence is in his nature.
Putting my own feelings towards the Major aside, he was not an honorable man, at least at some time in his life. He must have been for you to allow him in your house for so many years. So, even you confirm he had a history of aggression.
Ooh. Slander his name directly is very... Bringing that up, she's not gonna appreciate it. Because she's gonna think that that's something that should be done privately. I think antagonizing is gonna work better. Yeah, it's like... this is gonna go well. This is not gonna go well. This is more like, okay, I won't tell all of these people the guy's darkest secrets. I will just say, sure, he could play the role of a caring friend well. I don't think airing out the dirty laundry is the best approach.
No idea. He was there for us when we needed him.
You were there for him when he needed free room and board.
That is not the case, and you know it.
His actions are unforgivable and should not be defended by anyone.
You judge him so harshly, but I return the question. What would you have done in his position? He had made mistakes. I will not deny that. In those moments when a decision had to be made, it fell to him, and he did what he saw fit.
Okay, I gotta think of what's gonna work with you and not what I want to say, because I definitely want to say, like, making a poor decision once is a mistake, making it twice is a choice. Sure. What of the mistreatment that you received from the Major? You cannot justify that. That, I think, is the one she's gonna listen to, because that affects herself. The Major ordered the attack on unarmed workers. Surely you cannot condone that. Again, it's workers. That is not gonna be that, and she can always say, what's the proof? So, this is the only one that affects her, and that is the only thing that she cares about in the end. She doesn't care about other people.
S'il te plaît, madame. I ask that you consider everything you know of the Major carefully.
He was not always like that. The man that I called a friend would never have done what he has. I cannot allow another innocent person to be punished for his vicious and barbarous behavior.
You have seen the Major act in a similar manner as I described before, haven't you? What was the outcome then?
You have convinced me that I am wrong, in both my opinion on Elizabeth's punishment and in the friendships I keep. Is that not enough for you?
Not when a potential crime has been committed, and I fear an innocent party may have been punished for it.
He was just a boy. I told him to stop, but he was like a wild animal.
The confrontation with Mademoiselle Elizabeth was not the first time he has come close to killing another.
It was following the officers' ball. A young man, no older than 16, stopped us on the street, begging for some change. Felix pushed him away, but he was persistent. He only wanted a few coins. Like a flash, Felix snapped and wouldn't let go of him. He would not stop punching him. I have never seen anything so brutal.
But he was never charged for the attack.
Felix called the captain at the station and said that the boy had tried to rob him, and he was merely defending himself. The boy was thrown behind bars without a second thought. It was a full week before the bruises on Felix's knuckles finally faded.
And even after witnessing such a brutal assault, you still support him. You still believe that he had not attacked Elizabeth.
The days following, he showed no signs of remorse, no apology to him or to me. I blamed it on the amount he had had to drink. But when you began talking about him finding Elizabeth in his study, I somehow knew it had happened again.
Had you been open about the Major's temper, this could all have been avoided. When you tell the courts the truth, Mademoiselle Elizabeth's self-defense plea cannot be ignored.
Just when I thought I could not see a more spineless move.
Excuse me?
You allowed a bully and thug to remain in your house and endanger your family.
Oh, yes, please. Take the claim to put yourself on a pedestal, blackmailer. You're really not the one to talk here.
I'm sorry, Margot, but I am struggling to understand why you have involved yourself in this affair.
I'm surprised you can hear me way up there on that high horse of yours.
How dare you speak to me in that way? Who I decide to keep in my house is my decision and no one else's.
I can see that. Murderers, thieves, and extortionists are all acceptable, it seems.
Countess, I have talked at length of the Major's death, but not the reason for my invitation in the first place. When I last gathered you all together, I spoke of a blackmail ring that was rife in the area, and then of the letter that the Major had received. Mademoiselle Angeline requested my help personally after she received such a letter threatening her family name. She felt I was the only one that could uncover the truth. And uncover the truth I have.
Get on with it, detective. Who dared try and extort my family and then have the gall to allow me to welcome them into my home?
If it was not for the honesty of a young servant, I would perhaps still be looking for the
For goodness sake, it was me.
Margot, how could you?
While it looked as though the Countess was helping the young women at the shelter, she was in fact only finding them positions of employment in wealthy homes to gather information on them and learn secrets that she would ultimately be able to use against them. Monsieur da Silva fell victim to her network of moles and was in turn blackmailed. It was quite the prosperous setup you had, knowing that they would not be prepared to lose their social standing if a secret was to find its way from where it had been hidden for so long.
That cannot be true, Margot. How could you do such a cruel thing?
That is rich, coming from you.
You are one of my oldest friends.
High and mighty Madame van den Bosch. You think you can do what you wish when you wish it and there will be no repercussions. You are as bad as all of them.
If I do not get a straight answer out of you, I will march you to the police station myself.
I'm surprised it took the Major this long to start living with you. He must have been on the edge for some time.
How dare you speak to me like that? In my own home.
A home you share with the father of your daughter for so many years.
Oh, she's doing it.
None the wiser.
She's doing it.
You have no right.
Maman.
Angeline? Have you heard what she has admitted to? She is merely trying to make herself...
Is what she says true? Felix, he was my father? That is the secret that the letter was talking about, isn't it? You told me that we had nothing to hide. Detective Poirot, were you aware of this?
Oui, mademoiselle. But it was not my place to repeat.
I don't understand. What about father?
Your maman betrayed the love of a good, honest man and played away behind his back and then kept it hidden for all these years like a lady of the night with her client list.
You will say no more. Angeline, I...
Did Felix know?
This is not an appropriate conversation.
He knew, dear girl. He knew the whole time. It is only dear Edwin that was blind to their deceit.
You will not talk of him like that. You will not talk of him at all.
If I don't, who will? You never deserved him. You don't even deserve the memory of him.
Comtesse, there is something that you still have not explained.
What more is there for her to say?
How long were you in love with the Viscount for?
Margot? Is that true?
We were destined to be together. And then you turned up. And I was all but forgotten about.
This really turned into a drama.
But you were nothing more than friends.
And you made sure of that, didn't you? From the day you arrived, it was all about what you wanted and what you had to do to get it. You didn't consider Edwin at all. He was just a purse to you.
I loved my husband, and I miss him every day.
Loved him enough to stray?
Both of you, no more.
Please, Angeline, let me explain.
Maman, I do not wish to hear anything else from you.
Not even your own daughter wants to hear your lies anymore. Cassandra van den Bosch, all alone.
How dare you!
While I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride in solving both cases, there is still a part of me that is reluctant to revel in triumph. I am content with the unmasking of Comtesse de Vos as the blackmailer, and knowing that she will pay for her crimes. But it is the justice for Mademoiselle Elizabeth that worries me. She will stand in a court of law, and I can only hope that they can see she acted in self-defense. I must trust that our legal system and justice will prevail, and a fair sentencing will be given. In protecting her own life, she took the life of another. Perhaps the guilt she must live with is a greater punishment than any sentence she can receive. Comtesse de Vos was taken from Nemozinet House in cuffs and placed under arrest. Although she initially tried to plead her innocence, Inga, along with a number of other girls that the Comtesse had found employment for, came forward and made full statements. She was charged with 5 counts of blackmail and extortion and sent to a house of corrections, where she will have a new life to become accustomed to.
Oof, harsh.
Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna were also reprimanded for their participation. While they may not be facing time in prison, tampering with a crime scene and obstruction of a police investigation are certainly not something that houses and new employers will look positively on. Mademoiselle Angeline finally became Madame Demire, and together they took up residence in England, where Monsieur Demire continues to support and fight for fairness and equality in London. I am happy to say that we have remained in contact, and Madame Demire has become a regular correspondent of mine. And the latest joyous news is that they are expecting a child of their own. Madame van den Bosch showed compassion that I had not seen in her before. She stood in court and gave a truthful and genuine character reference of Elizabeth, as well as describing the Major and the atrocious crimes he had committed. After Madame Vandenbosch's secret was revealed to the world, her position in the social hierarchy was no more, disappearing in a moment. While she still resides in Belgium, I believe she has had to adapt to a far more modest way of life. A humbling experience for her, I am sure. Following her actions in the courtroom, Angeline believed that her maman still had a place in her life. Although they are on different sides of La Manche, they remain in contact. Mademoiselle Conrad left Nemozinet House the same way she entered, confident in herself and audacious in her opinions. Her report of the Major's murder at the house and the surrounding blackmails became one of the most talked about stories of the year. While there were certain details of her own involvement that did not make it to print, she was really quite complimentary about the detective at the heart of the case. Monsieur de Silva tried to continue in his position as factory owner and business entrepreneur, but after his accounts and business dealings were investigated following the details of his blackmail being made public in Mademoiselle Conrad's article, his illustrious business empire began to crumble and is now facing an international corporate investigation. Monsieur Beckers stepped down from his position as union leader, accepting that he was no longer fit to represent the workforce that, in his words, he had let down on a scale of unmeasurable proportion. Although he is no longer the voice of the workers, he continues to support them from behind the scenes. Monsieur Zachariah and his brother made amends, and returning to his family home, and after sobering up, he was able to find the help that he required. I understand that he is now helping fellow soldiers with similar conditions. And Mademoiselle Elizabeth, she stood before a court, and while the proceedings were deemed controversial, the charges against her were dropped, and the reasoning of self-defense was accepted by the presiding judge. Madame Vandenbosch's testimony, along with Mademoiselle Angeline's declaration of her good character, was enough to show that it was not in Elizabeth's nature to act in such a violent way. The abundance of evidence against the Major, and his violent and cruel nature, including his appalling acts during the strikes and the war, was more than enough to prove that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option in that situation but to defend herself in any way that she could. With the new arrival of Madame and Monsieur Demire's child next year, they have agreed to give Elizabeth the opportunity to return home to England and take up a position in their home as nanny. The death of Elizabeth's beloved Luc has been at the center of everything. Had those in positions to help not acted with only themselves in mind, perhaps he would still be alive today, and the Major would have paid the price for his own crimes in the eyes of the law, not at the blade of a knife. The blood of Major Felix Egan will remain on Elizabeth's hands, a stain that wherever she is and whatever she may do, she will never be able to wash clean. However, it will remain as a reminder to not only her, but all of us, of what we as human beings are capable of to protect ourselves. We all have something that may be considered shameful or sinful, and it is how we deal with it that shows our true character. Those involved in the riots, the workers' deaths, and the Major's killing believed themselves to be untouchable. Whether it was from their social standing or their confidence in themselves, they learned that everyone is accountable for their actions. There is no exemption because of the suit you wear or the money in your bank account. There is no price to a man's life. It cannot be bought or traded or discarded. No man is better than another, including Detective Hercule Poirot.
There we go. That is the end of Hercule Poirot. I mean, there were parts of that I did enjoy. There were parts of it I didn't enjoy. I am, however, glad that we got to finish it. That is the most important bit. Can't really leave one of those murder mysteries like that just hang in the air. Yeah, I do wish the game had more, well, in lack of a better term, game. I do wish that the choices that you make had more consequence. If you're gonna have that mechanic in there, make it have any actual consequences. I'm not sure if they really have a place in a game like this, because then you would be able to just lock yourself out from finding out certain evidence and things, which could... I mean, again, I guess that could make it difficult as long as you can still get the direct... as long as you can still solve the murder without them, it would still be fine. Let's see. Exit there. Yeah, nothing new appearing on the screen. But yeah, that's it for this game. On my schedule, I do still have 2 demos later. Let's see. It would be rather interesting to be able to make the wrong connection in the game, only to have them rebuke it later. Yeah, it would. It would. It would be very like weird if you permanently lock yourself out. That would be brutal. But if there's a thing where it's like, okay, this person is now more hostile towards you, so you're gonna have to do something else to make them, to unlock that bit again, so you can re-question it. Just some sort of consequence. Even if that would then be to point out something else, like you have to do something to help them. You have to help them solve something. You have to gain their trust back. I can see where you could have gone with something like that. It would probably require a lot of work for something that you would hope that people wouldn't even find, so it wouldn't make much sense as a game-wise. But yeah. I'm hoping to still get to do the demos at 6 and 7 my time on this, that's listed in the schedule. I have 2 games lined up. Besides that, it is back to the normal schedule of relaxing games on Fridays and full games on Sundays. I believe on the schedule for the upcoming Friday is still Sunhaven. I was tempted to change it once more, but I think I'm just gonna stick with Sunhaven. If that is indeed what's still on there. I seem to remember I put Sunhaven for the rest of this month. Or did I swap it already? See, this is the problem. I make the schedule, I just can't necessarily always remember. Let's see. No, I have put Time at Sandrock back over. Oh well. We'll see then, because I'm not quite sure between Sandrock and Sunhaven currently. And then on this Sunday will be my time to bang my head against the wall in the Inheritance of Crimson Manor, which I'm not looking forward to, because while this game had no puzzles, that game is all puzzles. And apparently some of them are quite hard, and I've already been warned there will indeed be math. So that will be pure suffering. But hopefully it will be a good story and enjoyable in the end. Regardless, I wish you all a very pleasant what remains of Easter vacation for those who has that, and a very pleasant week. Hopefully some of you I will see later for the demos, but regardless, until next time, goodbye.